It certainly is. In a moment, we're going to catch those of you who have joined in this hour briefly up on what we've been doing, and then we'll proceed with voices from the other side. Electronic voice. Well, that's what I think they are, unless they're living ghosts. That's another subject I want to cover with you, but electronic voice phenomena, it's called, and we've got the experts here from the Ghost Investigators Society. That's something that goes straight to my soul. The fact. Anyway, good morning. A whole lot going on. There really is a lot going on, folks. I'll start out with my website. There is a photograph on my website as of tonight, thanks to Peter Davenport at the UFO Reporting Center, National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, of something that occurred at Mount Popo in December, and somebody got a photograph of it. A newspaper in Mexico got a photograph of it, and I'll be damned if this is not a craft or a beam of some kind, obviously going straight into the ash plume of Mount Popo. I mean, this will blow your mind. It certainly blew mine. I picked up the phone, I called Peter, I said, Peter, you've got to let me use that picture. He said, well, it's elsewhere on the web, you can use it. And then we got an enhanced, well, a larger version, which apparently was scanned from the newspaper itself in Mexico. Well, when you see this, you'll go, good Lord, what is this? Headed straight into the ash plume. It was taken over a 20-second period of time, allegedly, 20-second exposure by a newspaper person. So if you want to see something that'll cause you to scratch your head, it's on my website now. Just go to What's New, and you'll see possible UFO at Popo. I don't pronounce the whole mountain because I have a terrible time pronouncing it. I played a song by a young lady who sent it to me, who wrote it for me, named Allie Moore. And she sent me a signed autographed picture, and I played a little bit of her song, and her picture is up there. And then the mysterious signal on 3.39. Well, it's gone, folks. 2,000 emails place it strong in Hawaii and Alaska. Heard worldwide, but definitely strongest in Hawaii and Alaska, and points north. And then finally, the email from Area 51 entitled Jimmy the Dog is up there. I read that last hour. That kind of catches you. If you go to my website, you'll get caught up, and you'll see this photograph. This incredible, awesome, mind-blowing photograph of Mount Popo. I just, maybe I wasn't around when it broke, but this one blew my mind, and I think it will do that for you as well. All right, in a moment, we are going to enter the very strange world of electronic voice phenomena. EVP. I think that's what it's called. EVP. So prepare yourself, because what you're going to hear may be from across the veil, over on the other side. Such an appropriate sound for this. The Ghost Investigators Society, or GIS, was started by Jenny Nielsen, Roger and Barbara McBeath, and Brendan Cook. Brendan is the webmaster of the GIS website, which we have a link to right now on my website. He's been conducting ghost research and ghost investigations in the field for the last 3 years. Brendan was very skeptical about EVP until he first recorded EVP for himself. That was about 3.5 years ago. His desire to learn how EVP happens has been the driving force in his continuation of conducting ghost research and investigations. His goal is to help explain the phenomena of EVP. Since Barbara McBeath was a small child and able to read, she has researched and read everything she could get her hands on concerning true, and that's italicized here, true ghost experiences, from true ghost stories to case films from ghost researchers in the field, plus her own interviews with those who have experienced ghost phenomena. Though she grew up with grandparents who had practiced spiritualism, and she indulged in spiritualism herself until she reached young adulthood, her views have changed over the years toward the entities that she used to deal with in her seances and the ghosts that linger at locations that they haunt. She was raised not to fear the entities who were in her house as a child, and she does not fear the ghosts who remain among us. She's been researching and investigating for over 30 years. Barbara and her husband Roger met Brendan and Jenny about 3 years ago. They realized they all had a serious desire to learn more about ghosts and document their existence. Important, documenting their existence. Thus, GIS was born. They believe the GIS website has some of the most astounding EVPs recorded and also shows how our consciousness survives after the body dies. Now, in preparation for this program, they have sent me a CD with, I don't know how many cuts, I think about 30 different cuts that we're going to be playing for you tonight. So instead of trying to play them over the phone to get the quality that we need, they provided me with a CD, which I have in the machine, cocked and ready to go. Here, ladies and gentlemen, are my two guests for tonight, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath. Hi there, you two.
Hello. Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Barbara?
No.
That figures. It's McBeath. It looks like McBeath. What should it be?
McBeath.
Oh, really?
It's just like death.
Just like death. All right, McBeath. So Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath. Good to have you.
Well, it's a pleasure being on.
I have a particular interest in ghosts, as I'm sure you two are aware.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I've got a show coming up this Friday, which I call Ghost to Ghost. Cute little name, play on words. But what we do is we tell very, very serious ghost stories, and I solicit them from the listeners. And the sheer number of them and the seriousness of them indicates to me that there's something very real about all of this. So I'll begin by asking either one of you or both of you, what is a ghost?
Well, this is my own philosophy on them. But a ghost is the essence or personality of a person who has lived, has had a body, and has died. And it has the same likes and dislikes as it did in life. And it seems that for a while they maintain their personalities.
For a while?
Yes, I think the longer that they stay, I think that they forget almost how their personality was in life.
Isn't that interesting? Barbara, is a ghost an entity which is conscious as we understand consciousness, or is a ghost sort of an echo of what was, a kind of a repeating loop echo of what was alive?
Well, I believe that they are kind of a fragment of their personality. I don't think it is a whole personality. And I believe that they are not aware of their predicament.
Meaning they don't know they're dead?
I believe that some of them don't realize they're dead, or they're in denial of their own death.
That would be a predicament, all right. Kind of like the Sixth Sense.
Yes, I think, if you've talked to people that have had the near-death experience, many of them will relate to you that they did not even realize that they were dead until they saw their own body.
That would
the
be...
realization came upon them, I must be dead.
Well,
it was just like walking
that would do
from one room to another.
That'd do it. Looking down, seeing your own body. Go, oh, I died, huh?
I think in a lot of cases, if there's like an accidental death, a murder, and...
that's where most of the ghost stories come from.
Yes.
They come from suicides. They come from unrequited love. They come from murders, as you said. They come from unexpected and fast deaths. And it would seem like whatever it is that's left, as you point out, I guess either doesn't know it's dead or isn't prepared to accept the fact that it's dead.
That seems to be the case to me, in the research that I've done.
And you think that there is some form of continued consciousness, or as you put it, personality that begins to fade the longer the person is dead?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, you two, try out this one. I had a guest the other night who said that they encountered, they didn't so much believe in ghosts, but they said they encountered the ghost of a living person. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yes. And I believe that such a phenomena takes place, but I cannot explain how. There's been many cases of that being reported, but
Oh, I've never heard them. Until this person mentioned it, I had never heard this before. Now, this was a person still living, but, in the house where they had been living, the typical ghost reports, the person doing what they had normally done for 30 or 40 years, was continuing. Even though this person was alive, living in some new city far away, the pattern established by this person
right.
continued. The footsteps, the daily routines, that sort of thing. Doesn't that worry you a little bit with respect to how you view ghosts?
No. The personality...
Jimmy, it's Jimmy, the Area 51 dog.
Yeah, my guard dog. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
I can't explain that, but I have read documentation on that being the case. But it's almost like something is recorded in the atmosphere.
Exactly. And that recording would appear to be possible for the living as well as the dead. And so then how do we distinguish between that, I don't know what you would call it, that living loop that seems to be present sometimes, and that loop that seems to be present after somebody dies? I may be asking you really tough questions here, and I'm sorry, but this...
Well, that's okay. We get tough questions a lot.
All right.
And we can't explain everything.
Of course.
That's why we're documenting and researching what we do come across. But I know that some hauntings are like residual hauntings. It's like something being recorded that we cannot comprehend or understand at this time.
Kind of like the lady in the white dress who is found walking on the same road.
Right.
And seen by people year after year after year doing the same thing. To me, if you were conscious and you were trapped into that as a ghost, that would be a living hell. I mean,
yes, it would. And ghosts are really to be pitied. From my viewpoint, I think they're very sad. I think they're almost, it's kind of tragic how they are stuck in...
Stuck. So in other words, instead of off doing the heavenly boogie somewhere, the non-material heavenly boogie, they're down here stuck repeating something again and again and again. Yes,
I think so, although I do believe that some of that is residual when it's like replayed or repeated over and over. But I'm hoping in some of the EVPs that are being played tonight, you'll see that these are interacting with us on what we're saying and what we're doing. They are consciously aware of us.
See, I'm not sure I like that.
And they interact with us. And we invite them to interact with us.
Well, sometimes we do, and sometimes we're idiots. I mean, there are people who get out there fooling around with Ouija boards, and they invite all kinds of terrible things in, right? Well,
those entities, I believe, are not the same thing as ghosts, even though they're perceived the same.
What do you think? The people who call in something strange from a Ouija board, what is it they're reaching? If they're not reaching a ghost, what are they reaching?
My own personal belief is that these entities that come to you when you are holding a seance or playing with a Ouija are natural spirit beings of this world that have never lived. They have never had a body.
Like
they
angels.
will never have a body.
Like angels, right?
Well, if you want to
kind of
compare them to angels.
Well, in the sense, angels are said not to have ever lived. Correct?
Right.
They're entities,
That's right.
either God's entities or ones cast out by, but they're entities.
Right. And these are the ones you're inviting in a force that you have no control over.
That's right.
And by the time you get done playing your little game, they might not be ready to go and leave.
In other words, you say game over, put the board away, they might not feel that way.
That's right.
And they're through your door.
Right. You've invited them there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's find out. Brendan, do you agree with the assessment you just heard, or do you differ in any way with what Barbara said?
I've got a lot of different theories on ghosts. However, I do agree with pretty much everything that Barbara's talked about. I mean, one of the problems you run into in doing what we're doing is everything is theory. So you can only theorize so much on what we're recording and what we're seeing. But I do believe that, when you talk of a ghost, it is just the essence of somebody who has lived and has died. And they do maintain that personality. They don't suddenly become a demon that, is trying to be hurtful or spiteful or anything. I mean, they just act like they did when they were alive. If they were mean in life, they're going to stay that way after death.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I came back, I might be one mean son of a bitch. If I could manifest some red glowing eyes, I might do it just to have fun. Having said that, folks, what is electronic voice phenomena?
Electronic voice phenomena is otherwise known as EVP, or, quote, ghost voices. It's the process of recording anomalous voices onto electromagnetic tape. We, in the GIS, use microcassette recorders when we're out doing our investigations. However, you can use any recorder that has an electromagnetic tape in it.
All right, I know a little bit about it since I've been in broadcasting all my natural life. Obviously, it's possible to sometimes not fully erase a tape, and you get some pretty weird sounds that sound like they're sort of halfway out of the ether when you have not properly erased a tape. On the other hand, this would not occur with a new tape. What kind of precautions do you take so that doesn't happen?
When we're out recording, we constantly use brand new tapes. This is something that anyone can do. I mean, there's no special equipment needed to do this, but we always caution people to use brand new tapes, because if you don't, that's just one thing that can be ruled out on actually recording a legitimate voice.
So those tracks that we're going to play tonight have all come from brand new tapes. There was nothing previously recorded on the tape.
Oh, no. Everything has been brand new.
I've got stacks of tapes.
I'm sure you do. So I asked you to pick the top hit list of stuff that you've got, and you sent me, about 30 tracks, something like that?
Yes, we did. We actually had 32, I believe. A couple of them we couldn't even find to put on the CD.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we constantly get new voices. We have so many voices that we haven't even had a chance to post on the website yet.
And I have probably hundreds of tapes that I still have to listen to see if I do have a voice.
So it's a cacophony of voices from the other side just waiting to jump onto our tapes, huh?
I hope so.
I don't like that idea. I don't. All right, you two hold on. Sitting out there waiting to say something that somebody might pick up on a tape from the other side of the veil? Well, I don't know. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Well, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath of the Ghost Investigators Society are here, and with them they have brought electronic voice phenomena. What you hear, they say, comes from the other side, and we're about to get into that with them and play you some pretty chilling little clips. However, one more time, let me remind you, we've got a whiz-banger of a photograph on the website right now. Thank you, Peter Davenport. It's a UFO flying right into Popo. The mountain in Mexico was taken by a photographer, allegedly in Mexico, for a newspaper down there. As a matter of fact, we've got a scan of the newspaper photograph. So it'll blow your mind. It's under the What's New section on the website. A photograph of singer Allie Moore, who sang a song for me that I thought was very nice. More on the 3.39 now missing mysterious signal that came from up north somewhere. And a letter about Jimmy the dog from Area 51. All of that on the website right now at www.artbell.com. Also a link to Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath and the Ghost Investigators Society. That's there for your perusal as well. It's usually just this kind of night, isn't it, when you might go hunting for a ghost. Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath, welcome back, you two.
Thank you.
Might I ask how you get these recordings? In other words, obviously you take a tape recorder out with a microphone active, correct? Is there a mic connected to the recorder or not?
Yeah, we do use an external mic, just simply so it cuts down on the motor noise in the background.
Okay.
Makes it generally a lot clearer.
All right. And so you lay down a tape recorder and a microphone, for example, on a table. I would take it at a place where there's been known, perhaps somebody has had an experience with a ghost, or do you go to certain places to do it, or can you do this anywhere?
Well, actually, first of all, we carried the microcassette recorder with us. We carried it around with us everywhere.
All right.
We attached the external mic normally on our shoulder, kind of behind the head, so we don't make any noises into it through our mouth. We do it, anywhere that somebody has called us and told us, reported a ghost, phenomena. Just places that we think may be haunted. I mean, you can do it pretty much anywhere that you think might be a ghost.
Huh.
If we hear of activity taking place at a location, we'll go and ask permission from either the property owner or the manager of a business and ask them if we can conduct an investigation. A couple of times we've been turned down, but the majority of times they'll let us do it.
All right. I did not receive a list, even though I got 30 tracks, I guess. I didn't receive a list of all of them. I've got something from track 8 to track 28. So tell me where we're beginning here with track 1.
All right. Track 1 it was recorded in an old historic railroad station here in Utah. It's been turned into a museum now.
Oh.
And we've gotten some really great voices out of this station. This one, however, was recorded by GIS member Barry, and it was in the upstairs. It's an art gallery now, and we'd recorded a voice earlier that said the name Michelle. Now he recorded this voice that says the name Michael.
Michael, huh? All right, let me play that. Let's see what we've got here. No, I'm not. Is that what the voice was saying, Michael?
Yeah, from us listening to it, it sounds a little bit distorted just from us transferring it off the tape into WAV files and then putting it onto the CD.
All right, let me hear it again. Pretty weird. And you're telling me that came off an empty tape?
Yes, it did. We always use brand new tapes. It gets very expensive.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. That's pretty weird stuff. That has a kind of a weird. It has a weird sound to it, like it's coming through some dimension, or it's coming through some. I'm going to listen again. No, wait a minute. That isn't it. That's the next one we're going to play. Let's see, I've got to hear this again because it's got some sort of quality to it. I can't put my finger on. No, that's really weird.
And with these voices, you gotta keep in mind they don't have the physical means that we do to produce sound.
As
they
in
don't have
voice box.
Yeah, they don't have the vocal cords, so there's a bunch of theories on how they produce this. One theory is using the electromagnetic field. One theory is they're using certain sound vibrations created by other objects. Even people's voices, they're using those vibrations to create their own voice. And that's a lot of why they sound really syllabic when they talk. They sound really distorted.
Uh-huh. So there's no Ross Mitchells on the other side. In other words, we're all leveled on the other side. All right.
I also think that it's a quality, an ability that they learn.
All right, this will be interesting because one thing I want to learn from all of this is whether the audience has heard any of these sounds. We get so many ghost stories, and I wonder if anything that we play tonight is going to resonate with any of the audience who will say, "Oh my God, I've heard that before," or something like it.
This is most of these voices that we record. We don't hear them at the time we record them. When we're out on an investigation, I always ask them, the ghosts, to interact with us and join in our conversation. And there are times when we go out on an investigation and we get no voices, but when we do, that's one of the most exciting things to me is when we...
What percentage of the time do you get an answer? Just a rough guess.
Maybe at least 50% of the time.
Oh, that's a lot of the time.
It is.
That's a lot of the time.
And I think a lot of it is in our approach. We are very respectful of the places that we go. And you would not join in somebody's conversation if you weren't invited. Majority of people won't.
That's true.
And we always ask if there is anyone there that would like to talk with us or join in our conversation. We always invite them to talk with us.
All right, you two, track 2. What are we going to hear?
This was recorded in a old historic hotel that has had a lot of activity take place. A lot of the clients that stay there and staff have had ghost experiences there. And we were conducting an investigation in the hotel, and I was going to take a break and step outside. We had been in there for a couple of hours, and I recorded this voice responding, "We're all down here."
We're all down here is what it says?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Ooh. Indeed, it does appear to be saying, "We're all down here." Listen, everybody, one more time. And that's coming off an empty tape. That would freak me out. That would definitely, absolutely freak me out. We're all down here. By the way, what is down here?
We were down in the basement at the time.
That could have other, more sinister connotations. By the way, I've got one that I want you all to hear. This is a recording that alleges to be from the deepest hole ever drilled in the ground in Siberia. It alleges to be the voices from hell. We'll discuss hell a little bit, but just take a quick listen to this. This was recorded, allegedly, by scientists who had drilled a hole in Siberia and then lowered microphones into the hole. We have the whole newspaper story up on the website, but listen to this. It's horrible, actually. Well, there's a little electronic voice phenomena for you. What do you think of that recording?
I've heard that once before, and I can't remember. I believe it was from your show.
No doubt.
Quite a while ago when you had played it.
Yeah, that's right. Years, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, it may have been. And I did a while ago. I took that and ran it through the same voice graph that we used to do these EVPs with. And it's extremely interesting looking. you get some interesting peaks and stuff in it.
Well, it has a different sort of ring to we're all down here. We're all down here. And so then did you go to the basement?
We were conducting the investigation in the basement at the time when I said I'm going to go upstairs and take a break.
I see.
And I recorded that voice responding.
It's always the basement. In any kind of movie, it's always the basement. And it's always a girl in a low-cut dress going straight down to the basement.
Well, this place has a lot of activity on many of the floors of the hotel. I think it's about 11 stories. It was built in the late 1800s. It's been named several different names throughout the years, but it's quite a historic hotel, and they've had a lot of ghost activity take place in it.
Out of curiosity, how do hotels feel about that? You would think, I notice you haven't named it yet, I would think hotels would not be too crazy about having this kind of research go on within their walls.
You know, actually, the owner of this hotel has been really good to letting us in there. In fact, he's asked us to come in there. Anytime we want to go in there, he's great with it. I think he's just looking at it as a more advertisement for the hotel.
Oh, that's really going to get me to just run right over there and get a room.
Well, there are a lot of people that go to places that have ghost activity in hopes of having an experience themselves.
Well, I suppose there would be that. For some reason, we like to be scared, don't we? Have you ever thought about that? Why we enjoy scaring the you-know-what out of ourselves?
Well, I think that a lot of it is the unknown. I do think that fear, we do get thrilled of having a fear element, take place. But
That's right.
There's ghost activity. When people usually have ghost activity, it's not something that they're looking for. And a lot of people, when they do have a ghost experience, it scares them because most of the times they can't rationalize what happened, what they experienced.
That's right.
It defies logical explanation, and it's something that it takes them by surprise, and they're shocked and they get worried about it.
All right, clip 3, again coming from an empty tape, is what, folks?
Well, this clip, actually, this is one of my favorite voices that we've recorded. We recorded this, it was in northern Utah. It was an abandoned military hospital. I've heard that it was a mental hospital for military personnel. I've heard a bunch of different things on, why people were there in the hospital. It was recorded by one of the people who goes out with us named Zane, and he was looking for Barbara at the time. Barbara apparently had left the building to go get some more equipment, and this voice comes in saying, "You little murdering tramps."
What? Really? All right.
He sounds quite psychotic if you listen to it.
All right, that's what we're going to do right now. Here we go. Little murdering tramps.
Yeah, see, he sounds quite scary.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's not. I don't like that one. One more time, folks. Listen to this. This is. Bear in mind again. This is recorded from onto an empty tape. Oh, I don't like that one at all. Who do you think they were referring to?
I have no idea. He might have been extremely upset that we were even in the building in the first place. And this building was just, it was creepy in there. I was worried about getting a tetanus shot from it. People had broken into it, vandalized, there's broken glass and metal all over the place. So, in fact, it was interesting. In this one room in this building, there was big letters writing on the wall, "He who enters this room will die by the master Satan," and stuff like that.
And you went in?
Well, yeah.
You people lost your mind? If there was a sign up there on a room like that, I would not. What was the sign that said what again?
The sign, it was in big letters on the wall that said, "He who enters this room will die by the hands of the master Satan."
Yeah. You guys, you must be really fearless That's all I can say. The Master of Satan, great. All right, we've got time for another. Track number 4, what's coming up?
This was recorded as we were driving into a cemetery that we go to quite often. We were told about this place by a sheriff of the town that the cemetery is located in. And we usually go to the north end of the cemetery, and on this particular night...
Why the north end?
Just out of habit, no particular reason.
All right.
On this particular night, we turned and went the south way. And as soon as we enter into a cemetery or anything that we're going to investigate, I turned on my tape recorder because I've learned over the years that they get right in the vehicle with us as we're driving in.
Oh, great.
And
so one would presume then that whether you have a recorder with you or not, that people are getting in with you when you drive into a cemetery, right?
It's obvious to me that they do just from the recordings we've gotten. And this one...
All right, this came from a cemetery, folks. Here we go. What is that saying?
It says, go to your own place.
Go to your own place, really?
And I think that it's referring to go to the other end of the cemetery where we usually go.
Wait a minute, let me hear this again. Oh. Well, that's going to take all the joy out of going to a cemetery. You know, I once in Kansas had the opportunity to go and walk upon the graves of the Daltons. You know the Daltons, the famous Daltons?
Yes.
Old Wild West Daltons. Wonder what they said to me.
You'll have to bring your tape recorder next time.
I should have had a tape recorder, that's right. All right, we have yet time for one more. This will be clip number 5. What's coming up?
All right, this one, we had been called to do an investigation by Fox. They wanted us to investigate Fort Douglas, which is a military camp here in Salt Lake.
You mean the Fox TV network?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we're in there, we're doing our investigation, and in this clip you'll hear a young child's voice, and you can tell it's a child. He says, it's dark in here. But what's interesting is the lights had just been turned on at the time he says this.
It's dark in here. All right, let's see what we've got. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was obviously a child saying,
yes,
very clearly saying, it's dark in here.
Yes, and there was no children. This was like 5 in the morning. This building is that's now a museum used to be a barracks.
Oh, brother. It's dark in here. Why would a child, after death, you know, I guess it goes to the nature of what a lot of people think about God, but why would a child be subjected to something that would be scary for it? Or I'm sure you don't have the answers to this, but these are the questions that I ask as I listen to something like that.
Well, you know what's interesting with these voices is a lot of the voices we record are children. And I mean, it just surprises us when we listen to them.
All right. Listen, you two, we're coming toward the top of the hour. Stay right where you are, and we'll be right back to you. Electronic voice phenomena. My guests will be with us next hour, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath. And that's enough to get up and turn on the lights, huh? A child's voice. It's dark in here. We're doing electronic voice phenomena tonight. And again, if you're curious, these have all been recorded on empty tapes. So there's no chance that what you're hearing was some sort of pre-recorded thing that leaked through. Brand new tapes. So what do you think it is you're hearing? I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. That was a painful song for the man who sang it. I interviewed him. Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath are here, the Ghost Investigators Society with electronic voice phenomena, and let me tell you, it's pretty creepy stuff. So I'll issue my standard warning after just hearing the first few. If this kind of stuff creeps you out, you might not want to listen. If it scares you, gives you chest pain, any other little problems that you might have when you listen to stuff like this, then you're going to want to tune out. Otherwise, the two, or is it more, will be back in a moment. Oh, what an appropriate sound. What an appropriate sound for the Ghost Investigators Society. Back to Brennan Cook and Barbara McBeath. You're back on, folks. And we only made it through 5 in the last hour, so I guess we're probably going to have to step up the pace here a little bit, but those are so freaky.
That's one of my favorite things about investigations is when they talk to us. I love it when they talk to us.
Mm-hmm. Why do you love that?
Well,
out of curiosity.
Because most of the time they're interacting with what we're doing and what we're saying. I think that's a really interesting aspect of this.
Do you believe, the two of you, just one quick question, and then we'll dive back into this. Do you believe that if somebody is a miserable son of a bitch in life, that they'll be that in death, or do they suddenly become all warm and fuzzy when they get on the other side? Or on the other hand, if a person is a saint in this life, and I've known a few, interviewed a few, are they likely to be saintly on the other side?
Yeah, I believe they stay the same as they were in life. That's basically what a ghost is. It keeps the same personality as the person did in life. So when they pass on, they're going to act exactly the same. So if they were extremely mean, say like you get Jeffrey Dahmer or something out there, that's how they're going to be in death.
That's not mean. That's evil.
Well, yes, it is. And and there's people in life that you avoid.
Yes, there are. All right, listen.
You can't see them changing after they die.
I understand. And that's why we're probably hearing both types of recordings.
Yes.
All right. Number 6, where are we going?
We're in that same cemetery. We've recorded many voices in there. And on this particular one, me and my husband had stopped and grabbed a hamburger, and I had said that I was going to throw the garbage away in a garbage can that was in there.
Yes.
I had said to my husband, let me go and throw this garbage away. And I recorded this voice near Mark Wood. And I've looked on the headstones since I recorded this voice trying to find this name. And there's a lot of Woods, the last name Wood,
right,
but I can't find the name of Mark, so I don't know what this was referring to.
And so what is the voice going to say?
Near Mark Wood.
Near Mark Wood. All right, here we go. Near Mark Wood. Is that what it said?
Yes.
That's what it sounded like, near Mark Wood. And so you tried to find Mark Wood.
Yes, I've looked on every headstone. There's a lot of woods buried there, but I can't find the name Mark.
So somebody was leading you to that for a reason, weren't they?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Would you want to know?
Yes, I would like to know.
You guys have guts. I mean, now, again, these are recorded on blank audio tapes. If I heard something like this come off a blank audio tape, I wouldn't be the same for a year.
Well, we've never been hurt or threatened.
Well, how about that one we played a little while ago? That sounded kind of threatening.
Well, he was just calling us a name.
Sticks and stones, huh? And headstones. All right, track number 7. What have we got here?
Well, this voice, this is kind of an interesting one. We record this in a bookstore here called The Thought Continuum. And it's a lady's voice saying, "Is anybody here?" But what's interesting is if you were to go onto our website and download this,
yes,
and say you download it with a media player,
yes,
if you hit the reverse button, it's interesting what comes up.
Forwards, it says, "Is anybody here?"
Mm-hmm.
And then in reverse, what does it say?
It says, "You know you can hear us."
Oh, my God. All right, here we go. That one's not as clear to me.
It's not. This one's actually extremely syllabic. I mean, it talks really syllabically.
But it's obviously a voice. There is no question about the fact that it's a voice where there should be nothing but a soft hiss.
Oh, yeah.
Or with Dolby, no hiss at all.
That's right.
All right. Number 8.
This one was recorded on that investigation with Fox at Fort Douglas, and the curator had taken me down in the basement where they store a lot of their museum pieces, and it was just me and him down there, and I had asked, will you talk to me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a woman's voice that responds yes. And I was really excited when I heard this voice when I was re-listening to my tape, because I was expecting to get a man's voice, but not a woman's there. And I called the curator and told him that I had recorded a woman's voice when we had first gone down into the basement. And he said, that's really interesting. He says, because about 3 weeks ago I just found out that there were women and children that lived here when the fort was first established. They called the women laundresses. And they were kept down in the basement because they were safer being in the basement than walking around on the fort grounds.
So you ask, will you talk to me?
Yes.
And then you get a response.
Yes.
Here we go. Okay, so in the repeats, you just put the yes. I could hear you asking. Let's do it again. No. That's the next one. Sorry about that. Where were we? Number 8?
Yes.
All right. Let's try it one more time. Here we go. So you got an immediate yes, huh?
Yes. I was really thrilled that the woman's voice really shocked me. I was expecting to get a man's, but not a woman's.
So then what?
Well, like I said, I called the curator and said, I recorded a woman's voice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he told me about the laundresses that were there on the fort grounds.
That would be women who do laundry?
It was the wives of the soldiers. They weren't supposed to be there, but they were there.
So they might be there eternally doing laundry.
Who knows why they're there? There are family members of the soldiers in the cemetery that are buried there on the fort grounds in the military fort cemetery.
All right, number 9.
All right, this one was recorded in that cemetery that we get a majority of these voices.
You all spend a lot of time in cemeteries, don't you?
Yeah, we do, and we get a lot of results out of them.
Okay, but I understand you go where you get the results, but it pains me to think that when I die, I'm going to be hanging around my headstone if I'm buried, and that is essentially what we're saying here, isn't it?
Well, it goes to a theory, and I can't remember who brought up this theory, but you tend to stay by your body. If you end up becoming an earthbound spirit, whereas a ghost, you stay where your body is at, or you at least return to where your body is at.
Great. All right, so we're in a cemetery, and this says what?
All right, this one is just interesting. Barbara's husband, Roger, was looking for the bug spray. It was in the summer, so there's a lot of bugs.
Yeah.
He was looking for the bug spray and his drink, and he was motioning to Barbara for it. And this voice says, Roger, back near the car, and kind of giggles at the end.
Huh. Let's hear it. Oh, man. Oh, that just creeps me out, and it's the quality of the audio that is creeping me out. My God, that's awful. What do you all think causes that warbling? I'm not exactly sure what to call that sound that we're hearing.
There's a lot of, especially in that one, there's a lot of the clicking and the popping and, the background noise. I think it's just from being transferred from, tape to digital and then onto the CD.
Well, digital to CD shouldn't cause any erosion of the original.
Okay. And, it may just be from the tape, too. I don't know. I mean, we notice that in a lot of the voices. There's a lot of weird sound to the voice.
It's kind of like a Doppler effect.
Yes, it is. It's like it's having a hard time coming through our atmosphere, or like how you yell underwater.
That's right.
Distorted.
There you go. Just kind of like underwater. Yeah, kind of like underwater. That's pretty close. All right, number 10.
Number 10, we were in that same cemetery. We had witnessed a ghost light visually. We had seen a ghost light in the cemetery on 3 different occasions, and we were talking about it on this particular night.
What kind of light, out of curiosity?
It was the size of a baseball almost when it first started, and as it came down the road, it got smaller and smaller, and it was passing by us, and we asked it to please come over to us, and it stopped and came over to us. It would blink out and on. We don't have self-illuminating insects here. It's very dry. And
so this was like an orb.
Yes, but it got very small. It shrank down to a very small size. It was very when it came between me and Brendan, it was very intense white with orange and blue in it. It almost reminded me of an electrical.
And this thing moved between you?
Yes.
In a cemetery?
In fact, it landed on Brendan's back.
It landed on his back?
Yes.
Well, see, what was interesting is I got down on my stomach to take a picture of this thing.
Have you two lost your minds?
Well, this is what we do. I mean, this is what we're looking for.
I guess I understand.
So, but I got down to take a picture of it, and I didn't see it for a while, and everyone was behind me, and they just suddenly, it's on your back.
It's on your back.
Yeah, I'm huh? And as I got up, I saw it blink out of the corner of my eye and snapped a picture of it, and we do have the picture posted on the website.
So if they want to see the picture of this orb, it's on your website, which we have a link to. All right, and then you
But anyway, we were talking about this experience, and I recorded this voice, a woman's voice that said Ivan, and I don't know if she's referring to the ghost light, because that's what we were talking about. I believe that she was saying who it was that we saw.
Either that or the orb was going to do a crazy Ivan. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. All right, here it comes. Now, I don't hear it saying Ivan. Is that what that said?
It could be Ivan, but I think I hear the B sound, Ivan.
I'm not hearing Ivan in that. Let me try it again. I'm not sure what I'm hearing there. It's obviously a voice, but I'm not sure what it's saying, and I'm not sure it's saying Ivan. Okay, number 11.
All right, this one, I'm sure you could guess where this one was recorded. It's the same place as the last few voices.
Cemetery.
What's interesting about this one, this is only looped once, so it's a good 7-second clip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's interesting because you hear us talking in the background, and this whistling comes in, and just starts. I don't know if you hear it in this clip or not, but it starts from far away and just gets louder as it gets closer, and then just passes us.
So the whistling ghost, we'll call it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like somebody strolling by, whistling. And what's interesting, too, is I'm the only one that recorded this. There was other recorders going at the time, and I'm the only one that recorded this.
Oh, now that is interesting. All right, here we go. The whistling ghost. Oh, yes, that was too clear. I heard I don't know if I'd call it a whistle. I heard the noise increasing in volume and obviously getting closer to you. Are you two ever in fear? I mean, how can you hear this stuff and occasionally not? You must be freaked out occasionally.
No, I have a tendency to be more afraid of the living than the dead.
Really?
Yes. I worry about our safety when we go to certain locations from the elements, just from the location of the places that we go.
Are there people that don't like what you do?
Yes, and a lot of people don't believe what we do. You know, I mean, but we aren't selling anything. I really don't care if anybody believes it or not.
Oh, I hear you.
You know, we aren't selling a thing. We're doing research, and this is a result of the things that we document at the time.
Well, there are there's a lot of religious beliefs that suggest once you're dead, you're dead. There's no communication. There's no anything. There's no piercing the veil or coming across or pictures that wink at you or voices that talk at you or anything else. You're dead. And those people would be angry, wouldn't they?
Well, you know what's interesting is in the 50s, there was two priests that came across electronic voice phenomena.
Oh.
And the Vatican has actually since then had people researching this phenomena.
Really?
And as far as I know, still to this day are researching it.
So the Vatican's looking into this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are.
My.
In fact, the Pope at the time, and I cannot remember his name, was completely aware of it.
Okay. Number 12.
This one, we were doing a restaurant. It used to be a very large, beautiful log cabin up in one of the canyons of Utah, and it's since been turned into a restaurant. And we were conducting an investigation there, and I had asked, is there anything that you need? And I recorded this voice that said, 2 of us.
2 of us. Do you have any idea what that meant?
No, not unless it was just referring that there's more than the one.
All right, here we go. It's supposed to be saying 2 of us.
Is there something that you need?
Oh, yeah. 2 of us. Is there something you need? 2 of us. I wonder what that might mean. How many times, when you get something like this, how many times is it unclear what's trying to be said from the other side? Is it most times, or do you suddenly sometimes go, wow, look at that headstone, obviously that's where it came from?
You know, a lot of the times it is unclear. I mean, it's something that we listen to over and over and over again, and finally, you know, among the group we come to a common medium of what we think is being said, or what we think is being said at the time. But there are times when it's just, I mean, completely clear, and sometimes they're louder than we are and clearer than we are.
Okay, you two, hold it right there. We'll be right back. Well, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath rush in where I definitely wouldn't tread, not after the first couple of recordings. Are you listening to this? They are the Ghost Investigators Society, or at least part of it, and they do these recordings on empty audio tapes at interesting places like, cemeteries and places like that. We'll get right back to it. Yeah, that's it. Let's turn on that recorder. All right, once again, here they are, where angels fear to tread. Actually, angels may tread upon some of the same territory they do. Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath from the Ghost Investigators Society. How many people are in your society, by the way?
Well, the society is only 5 people. I mean, it's me and Barbara, Jenny and her husband, and one other member, Barry.
How about if you count all the voices?
I don't know if I'd count them as members of the society, but they definitely help us.
All right. We're up to number 13, and we're not going as fast as I had hoped, because we have 30 cuts. So, number 13, folks.
All right. This one, me and Barbara's husband, Roger, were in this cemetery, the same cemetery. And me and him were walking down this road, and in this clip, you're going to hear Roger say he's just walking around. And then right after that, you hear a voice say, "Take care of Brendan."
Take care of Brendan? Really?
Yeah.
All right, here it comes. Absolutely, clearly says, take care of Brendan. What did you think that meant, Brendan?
You know, the only thing I could think of is maybe I smoked too much. That's about it.
Did you take that to heart as a warning and quit?
No, actually, I haven't, but, I mean, it definitely did make me think.
Me either, Brendan. See you on the other side. All right, number 14.
This one was recorded by Jenny. Brendan had asked my husband Roger to go down the road with him. And Roger was joking around and says, "Do I have to kick some spiritual butt?" And this voice responded and says, "Yeah, come on, let's go, Raj."
Oh, really? All right, let's hear this. Here we go. Yeah, let's go. Let's rock. Let's have at it. How do you get into a fight with a spirit?
I don't know. I think this guy was ready to kick some butt.
Kick some human butt and spirit butt. Boy, that would be some fight to see. I guess we just see some guy, we wouldn't see the spirit, so we just see somebody tumbling around on the ground, huh?
I think it's neat how their personalities come through. I mean, every one of them have a definite personality.
You really are making a very good point. The strength of the personalities coming through. Some in screams, some in whispers, some in threats, in all different manners. Now, that's a very good point. Very good point. And remember, folks, recorded on empty audio tape. So this is no mistake of crosstalk or something not quite erased or any of the rest of it. This is voices that are appearing on tapes from nowhere, at least nowhere that we know about. All right, number 15.
This one is really interesting because it's one that's directed right towards what we're talking about. Barbara had recorded a voice, and we were all sitting around her. She was playing this voice for us, and we were trying to figure out what this voice said. And this man's voice comes in, and he says, "It says Arthur."
Oh, it says Arthur?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you threw this one in for me, didn't you?
We thought you'd appreciate this.
Yeah, right. Let's hear it.
Says Arthur.
Oh, God.
Says Arthur. Says Arthur.
Well, clearly, yes, Arthur was what was said. Yikes.
And you can kind of hear his frustration, his trying to tell us what it says.
Frustration would also be something that somehow you wouldn't expect on the other side, indicating that the other side is not all that different than this side in producing the kinds of emotions that are flowing from it.
That's right.
Wow. All right, number 16.
This was recorded by Barry, and it was in a old theater that we recorded several odd things in this place. They call their ghost George, but this is a German language, and I've been told by a couple of different people. One guy told us that I have no idea what it's saying, but one guy said that it was the national German. It wasn't a dialect of German or anything. It was the original natural German language, and it's talking about freedom.
So what we're going to hear is in German, so we're not going to understand it, right?
No, the first part of this voice is the original recording straight from the tape recorder.
Uh-huh.
So it's extremely soft, and there's a lot of background noise in it. The second two parts of this voice have been cleaned up and amplified by 10 decibels.
All right, here we go. Uh-huh. Well, of course, I can't understand exactly what's being said. Maybe somebody who speaks German could.
Yes, we have no idea what it is.
All right.
And it sounds like German.
Certainly was a voice, though.
Yes.
All right. Number 17.
This one was recorded by Barbara in front of a mausoleum that we go to. And
Mausoleum?
Yeah. It's another place besides from the graveyard that we...
Well, sure. Why not have a little variety of mausoleum every now and then?
But, and this one's extremely clear. It's one of the best, clearest, loudest voices we have. Everybody had walked inside of the mausoleum, and Barbara was still outside, and this voice just says, "Hello, I'll come back."
Hello, I'll come back?
Uh-huh. Almost like he was greeting us, and then...
He reminds me of a PR guy.
All right, let's hear it.
Hello, come back. Hello, come back. Hello, come back.
Oh, God, you're right. That's too clear. Oh, gee, a mausoleum. When you get something like this, particularly something with this clarity, do you attempt to follow it up? Do you attempt to get more conversation?
Yes. In fact, every time I go back there, I'll where I recorded this, I'll go to that location and ask him, will you come back? But I haven't recorded him since.
Well, maybe he's back. He doesn't need to say it anymore. Number 18 coming up.
This one, a truck had pulled into a cemetery and had just sat there for quite a while. And I think on the beginning of this, you'll hear me say what's his license number. And he was really too far away for us to see. But I recorded this voice. It either says 59 or 19.
Meaning trying to get part of the license plate?
Right.
All right, let's see if we can hear what it says.
What's his license number?
Sounds like 59 to me.
That's what I think it sounds like 59. But
Wow.
others in the group says that they think it could be saying 19.
Well,
But
either way, that's contemporary information, and that's something I've been working on for a while here in my mind. In other words, if a ghost is just a loop, a big playback loop, then you wouldn't expect to get any contemporary information. But what I'm hearing tonight is full of contemporary information.
Yes, they're astounding.
They really are astounding. I mean, we sit here playing these, but you've got to realize, folks, these are coming out of nothing, out of the air, out of the other side, wherever it is.
And they are definitely interacting with us.
Mm-hmm. All right, number 19.
Number 19, this one's interesting. This goes back to what we mentioned earlier, that we get a lot of children's voices.
Oh, yes.
This one was recorded by Barbara, and it's I mean, just almost a sad voice. It's a child saying guts and candy.
Oh, really?
So, and what's interesting is we do bring candy and stuff like, because we've noticed how many children we get. So even though we know they can't smell it or taste it, but they can at least know what it is and use their memory, assuming they still have it.
And we leave it for them.
Okay, and you leave it for them.
Yes.
Let's see if we can hear this. Now, that sounded like something else to me. What was it saying again?
I believe it says, got some candy.
I'm not sure I hear that. Let me try that one again. Boy, there's no question I'm hearing something, but I'm not sure I'm hearing the same thing you are. But this, I guess it's all some of the ones that are not as clear are somewhat subjective, no question
Right.
about it.
You know, there are some of the voices, people hear different things, but the case is that there is a voice that shouldn't be there.
Oh, no question about that. No question about that. Number 20.
This one, we were in that one cemetery, and me and my husband were in our convertible, and the cemetery had its sprinkler system on, and I was worried about it being an automatic sprinkler. And you'll hear me say, I don't know where it's going to be watering next.
Right.
And this voice says right here.
Right here?
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? Okay, let's hear this.
I just don't know where it's going to be watering next. I just don't know where it's going to be watering next. I just don't know where it's going to be watering next.
Y'all are out of your minds. Right?
The interesting thing is that the whole time we were there, it never did water right there.
Really? Do you ever get warnings that do come true or messages that do manifest themselves in some way so that you know you were told something ahead of time?
We do. It's like the one that we just played, track 9, which is Roger back near the car.
Right.
I mean, that's where his bug spray and drink was sitting on the bumper of their car.
So a helpful little spirit.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that goes back to the interaction that, you know, they can at least understand what we're saying.
They are aware of us.
I know that you're not going to be able to answer this, but what percentage of spirits from those who have passed on do you think linger? Any idea?
That I wouldn't even venture to guess. I don't believe everybody stays as a ghost.
So there are some who proceed on to where they're supposed to go, whatever that is, wherever.
Hopefully.
Well, I believe there's actually quite a few that do. I mean, I know it's definitely not the majority of the people that pass on stay as ghosts.
Good. All right, number 21.
Number 21, this one's kind of interesting. Roger, Barbara's husband, was referring to a voice that we had picked up earlier, the Ivan voice that we had played earlier.
Yes.
And this voice comes in and says, Marco Polo.
And I think he was joking around.
Marco Polo, huh? All right, let's see if we can hear it. Oh, yeah. Very clear, too clear. Marco Polo. And you think that was a joke?
Yeah, I think he was being sarcastic.
You've almost, as we've gone through these, we have almost gone through every range of emotion you can imagine in voices from the other side.
That's right, and you can clearly hear it.
And yet you still feel that as time presses on for any spirit of a dead person, the personality begins to disintegrate or change, do you think?
I think as they pass on, as time passes, I think they almost, I'm not even sure how to say this. I mean, they realize more. They have a wider perception of things that we as humans, and being alive, can't possibly understand. And I think that's what changes their personality.
They grow.
Yeah.
They begin to discover something
that we wouldn't even
relate to.
Yeah.
We're so limited in our physical presence, and it's hard for a lot of people to even think of not having a physical sense, where it's more mind and, mental.
You know how important this is to some people. I mean, so many people have lost relatives and lost loved ones, and they have an intense curiosity about what has become of them, that this means a very great deal to a lot of people. You know that.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, we had one guy write into our website, and I believe, Barbara, you had talked to him, who was I guess his mom had passed away, and he was worried because his house things started happening in his house, haunting activity, and he had talked to his friend about it, and his friend had said that it was his mom, and she had become a demon, that she was there to hurt him. And
oh, really?
Yeah, so he had written to us, and he just seemed frantic about it, and Barbara had told him, just because she's passed away, there was just something that she's left unfinished.
Or it might be concern, love out of, for her family, their welfare, making sure that they're okay, they're okay after she's passed.
All right. I don't wish to be morbid, but I think this is an important question. Do you all notice that you're able to get more EVP when you go to a cemetery and to an area where there are recently dead and buried people versus going to a cemetery where people died in the 1800s, the early 1900s? Have you noticed any difference? Me personally, I've noticed a difference with the newer cemeteries that we do get more activity, and I don't know if that's maybe because there's more energy, whether it's emotional energy from the person passing, yes,
from the family members that were just recently there.
Right.
That's just my own personal theory, but I do notice that the newer places we go to that have newer arrivals, we'll say, we do get heightened activity.
You agree with that, Barbara?
I don't know, because we've gone to some cemeteries that are old pioneer cemeteries.
Right.
The location where the cemetery is very small. They don't have that many burials in, just because of the size of the town. And we have gotten, to me, just as much interaction as what we have in the newer places.
Do you encounter at times the living in the cemeteries? In other words, people coming to visit the graves of people that you're trying to get electronic voice phenomena from? Are you ever challenged?
We're never challenged, although we do occasionally encounter people who are coming to visit, relatives that they have in the graves. The voice that we played that said 59, referring to the license plate number.
Right.
What had happened is that truck, we've noticed when we go to the cemetery, it would park in this upper road of the cemetery. And it was just night after night that we were there. This car would come in at the same time, park there, stay for about half an hour, and leave. Well, it turns out this man's son is buried where he's been parking. And it's something that he's been, trying to deal with and mourning over, and that he comes there every night. And it almost makes me wonder if maybe it's his son doing the license plate number.
Have you ever wondered whether it might not be the dead at all, but rather the living causing this? Has it crossed your minds?
Most of the time when we go to a location like a cemetery,
yes,
we will go at night time after most people don't go.
Oh, great. That's even a better
We're
time to be
there, sometimes like 11, 12 o'clock at night.
Oh, of course, midnight. That's a great time to be in a cemetery. Hold on. We're at the top of the hour, so hold it right there. We'll be right back. Wasn't there an old saying, something about whistling past the graveyard, harkening back to that whistle we heard? Anyway, back to my guests, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath. Welcome back. Whistling past the graveyard. Wasn't there an old expression like that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, anyway, listen, I've got a question from a listener, Gary in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Says, hi, Art. I've been listening to most of the show this morning, and I'm curious as to what type of recording equipment they use, if they are willing to say. Great show, creepy stuff. So, do you use different types of recording equipment, or specifically, what do you use? Obviously, people are going to want to try this at home.
Oh, yeah, and, we encourage people to try this. I mean, that's our goal in doing this, is to get people to research this more than what we'll ever be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
We use, like I said before, we do use microcassette recorders just because they're easier to handle, they're portable. We ask that you use an external mic just to cut down background noise and the motor noise and such. The microcassette recorders we use are the TPM 920 Iowa recorders. They come in really clear. They're really good for doing this kind of stuff.
Plus they have a counter so that we know exactly where the voice is on the tape.
All right. Okay. So that's the equipment you use, and what kind of tape do you use?
Well, we've used all kinds of Memorex, TDK, Panasonic. It doesn't matter.
And see, one thing I've just found out is any of the chromium dioxide tapes
yes,
have a tendency to bleed and duplicate voices.
Really?
And I just recently found this out, and I believe we've used them a couple of times and just never have since we found this out, because
I've always used either Memorex or TDK.
Okay. All right. Well, that gives everybody out there an idea of what you use, how you do it. So let's proceed. Number 22.
This one was recorded at the train station that's now a museum, and me and my husband were just leaving from an investigation. We were out in the parking lot, and I was gabbing with my husband. He was already in the car, and I was putting my equipment in the car, and this voice swears at me and says, "Please sit down."
Did it use a swear word that I can't air?
Yeah, he can air it.
Well,
So-
I don't know.
What does it start with?
Yes.
4 letters?
Yes.
All right, well,
You hear it every day, and
I think everybody knows what we're talking about.
it's with a T.
So did you, everybody knows what you're talking about. So did you bleep that out in what we're going to hear, or
It's there.
It's
we have no control over what
it's
they
there.
say.
Yeah.
All right, well, either do I. Here we go. Everybody listen. Wait a minute. All right, what I jeez. What I heard was the S word. He's dead.
Oh, you did?
That's what it sounded like to me. What did you hear?
I hear it telling me to please sit down. And I also...
Really? All right, now hold on. Let's review this one more time. All right, hold on. Oh no, he's... Oh, I hear he's dead.
Interesting.
really.
Now, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe my mind got fixed on hearing that, and so that's what I heard each time. I don't know. But you thought it told you to sit down.
Yes.
And see, what's interesting about this is for quite a while, we actually thought it said, please sit down.
Uh-huh.
And we just, a while ago, figured out what the first word was.
Yeah, it didn't sound that polite to me. Okay, number 23.
All right, this one was recorded by Barbara and Roger. They were in the cemetery by themselves. We weren't with them on this occasion.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the only ones in their car, and this is another example of them getting in the car with you. They were driving around the cemetery, and Roger had asked Barbara for a camera.
Yes.
And Roger says, which one's that? And Barbara says, it's the one. And then this voice breaks in, louder than Barbara. It's a female voice, and Barbara was the only female, saying, almost dead.
Almost
And then-
dead.
Yeah, and then Barbara says, almost used. And we think the almost dead is referring to the old-time slang as, if something's almost used, it's almost dead.
All right, let's see what we've got. Oh, my. You're right. That's a louder voice than hers, far in the background, and very clear, and definitely saying almost dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope it was referring to the camera.
I thought it was interesting how she just broke in between my sentence.
Yeah. And, it could have been referring to herself, I guess. We've gotten a voice in that same cemetery of a lady saying, I'm completely dead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's almost like she's had a self-realization that she's just realized that she's dead.
Now, you two have spent a great deal of time in cemeteries, but obviously other haunted places are good. What about places that are not haunted at all? Are you very unlikely to get something? If you go to somebody's brand new home, just built, none of the workmen got buried in the cement, no bad stories, are you going to hear a voice there?
Yeah, this is something that's just come up. We've just recently been asked to, we just recently did an investigation at a brand new home. In fact, it hasn't even been all the way built yet.
Yes.
And we came up with some really interesting stuff in this house. And what's interesting is we have a picture on the website from a house that's not even 2 blocks away from there, that somebody had, photographed and sent to us. So we don't know if it's something about that area or...
Maybe the ground.
Well, and see, we've thought because it's on a fault line, and maybe there's some geophysical energy taking place that's maybe helping this stuff manifest, or, who knows?
Yeah, who knows is right. All right, number 24.
This one was quite interesting. I had been in the cemetery, and I was reading an old military headstone. It had all the information about the troop. The guy had died in World War II.
Yes.
Everything was there except for what company he was in. And I recorded a voice saying a company.
You're kidding.
Well, later on, at a different time, my husband Roger was telling some people about this voice that we had recorded, and he inadvertently said Company A, real proud, telling about that voice.
Yes.
And had changed it from A company to Company A, and I recorded this voice repeating him saying Company A.
Okay, here we go.
Over there. Company A. Over there. Company A. Over there. Company A.
Oh, that's really freaky. That's really freaky. And you guys never get bothered doing this work?
Never. I find it one of the most fascinating things.
I mean, this is why we do it, is to record stuff like this and see the things that we do.
Have you made a pact between you, should one of you go first of the group involved?
Well, I wouldn't mind staying around and being a ghost. I think it could be kind of entertaining, although I don't know if... I think it shows that we do have a choice. We are able to make choices in life, and I think...
You'd hang around?
It shows that we are still able to make choices in death.
Uh-huh. Brendan, how about you?
I kind of feel the same way as Barb, although I haven't given it a lot of thought. I guess maybe I probably would hang around for a while.
My husband, no way does he want to stay. When he dies, he wants to just go where we're supposed to go.
I'm with your husband. That's me too. I especially don't like the concept of hanging around the headstone.
Yeah, and I don't know. We go to locations where we don't go out looking at places where there's no reported activity going. We usually go to locations where activity has been reported.
I mean, why, for example, would a soul which has left the body, or the life force, or whatever you want to call it, hang around a depressing place like the old, rotten away body instead of taking off and doing all kinds of exotic things? It's a mystery to me.
I don't know if maybe it has to return to the body. The soul has to return to the body for some reason. Protect it. I mean, there could be a number of reasons why, but it seems like even if they do travel other places, they always return to their body.
Yeah, right, but there's a natural process. I mean, what are you going to guard? You going to be on worm guard or something?
Yeah, I don't know why. This particular cemetery is extremely active, although recently it doesn't seem like it's as active now as what it was when we first went there.
Oh.
And I don't know if maybe us going there and talking and discussing things amongst ourselves as we're investigating, they've come to realize that they are dead and have moved on.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm dead. All right. Number 25, folks.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's on yours. I'm sorry.
No, this one is kind of neat. It mocks Barbara's husband, Roger. You hear Barbara's husband say, "Sit and wait there."
Yes.
And directly after, you hear this voice say, "Sit and wait there," and then this what sounds like an exhaling right after.
An exhaling?
Yeah, and I don't see the reason for an exhale. I mean, it doesn't have the physical lungs to produce the sound.
Good point. All right, here we go.
Sit boy there. It's quiet.
Ooh.
Sit boy there. It's quiet. Sit boy there. It's quiet.
I don't like that one.
We've recorded his voice a number of times there at that location.
Yeah, but there's something about that exhalation that...
I kind of wonder if it's the energy that it is using somehow, because that
you
they
mean the
don't
energy,
have to breathe.
the energy to produce the communication?
Yes.
Well, maybe they do breathe. Breathing is an involuntary thing that you do all your life. Wouldn't you tend to keep up it's kind of like having your finger or your arm cut off. They tell me they have a ghost arm for a long, long time. Why wouldn't you ghost breathe for a while?
Well, and that could be, it could be from memory, because I've recorded that sound many times, And I
Really?
know that you don't need to breathe after you're dead, and it could be from a memory thing.
Well, if they don't know they're dead, they're going to keep breathing.
Oh,
That's pretty good bet, right?
Yeah, that's true.
All right, number 26.
This one was recorded in that train station, and it sounds like a child. And we were talking to the maintenance man that's had a lot of ghost activity take place there, and I was explaining a previous child's voice that I had recorded at this location, and I recorded this child's voice saying, "Come to Papa."
Come to Papa. All right, here we go. Yes, I can hear "Come to Papa."
If you notice, the child almost sounds like it has a slight accent.
Yes, I agree. And that is as it would be, I suppose. In other words, here in the U.S., even in the U.S., you hear a lot of people with accents, fairly recent immigrants, that sort of thing. So why wouldn't you have a mix on the other side as well?
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. I want to leave enough time in this hour to get some calls in. Number 27.
All right. This one, I'll just make it quick. Barbara had been lighting up a cigarette at the time this was recorded.
Yeah.
And this voice comes in and says, "Always breaking it."
Always breaking it.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning what, do you think?
Yeah, we don't know. We've had some ideas on what it might mean.
We've been thinking that maybe it tends, since we're in Mormon country, breaking the word of wisdom.
That's right. I forgot to ask you where you all are. Where are you?
In Utah.
In Utah. Very good point. All right, here we go. Maybe they meant the habit.
Yeah.
Who knows? All right.
Maybe.
All right, number 28.
This one's very interesting. This voice has identified himself on two different occasions. You'll hear my husband say, referring to the one Marco Polo, he says, "Are you the one Marco Polo or Lewis?" Because Lewis had identified himself on a previous occasion. And the voice responds, "I'm Lewis."
I'm Lewis, really. All right, here we go.
Are you the one that said Marco Polo or Lewis? Are you the one that said Marco Polo or Lewis? Are you the one that said Marco Polo or Lewis?
Very clear. Lewis, I'm Lewis. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. What a strange thing to do for a hobby or a living or both. How are people able to communicate with you all?
Well, if you mean contact, I mean they can contact us directly through the website.
I'm talking about this world, yes.
Oh, okay.
Through your website?
Yeah, I mean that's the best way to get a hold of us is just email the website. At the bottom of the homepage, there's a link to email us, find the guest book. Any one of those ways works.
And there are also, in fact, we hold meetings sometimes in the local library. We've had people, the library knows about us, and local residents here, when they've had ghost activity take place, and they've gone to the library to try to find information on ghosts, and if the library happens to find out what they're doing, they'll refer them to...
That's in your little town, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have a specific email address anyway?
We do. It's GIS at ghostpix.com.
At ghost, GHOSTPIX.com, right?
That's it.
GHOSTPIX.com. GIS at ghostpix.com. All right. I think people have it. You're liable to get a lot of email, I imagine. Very quickly, number 29.
All right, this one was recorded in that same train station. In fact, I think it was on the same night as the last few of them. In this one section of the train station, you can smell a residual burning smell from when the part of the train station burnt down. And it keeps appearing, and another child's voice comes in and says, "Was you scared?" Not scared, but scared.
Was you scared? All right, let's see. Yep, I hear it clearly. I hear it too clearly. Was you scared? Scared. All right, we've got one last, and then I want to go to the phone lines. What is the last one? 30.
This one was recorded outside of the mausoleum, and it sounds to me like two different voices greeting each other, saying hi.
So neither one of these are contemporary humans?
That's correct.
All right, here we go. All right, well, it's hard for me to tell out of all of them what is my favorite, which might mean which is the most scary. I have no idea. What I would like to do when we get back from the break, you two, is to take some calls from listeners for about a half hour. Would that be all right?
Oh, that sounds good.
All right, good. By now, they've had a pretty good sampling of what you all do. Oh, graveyards. I don't spend a lot of time in graveyards. How about you? And think about it. I mean, really think about it. Would you go to a graveyard and spend time with a recorder trying to get recordings, the voices of the dead? Would you do that? Well, I guess they'd say somebody has to, and it's the Ghost Investigator Society that does it. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AF. Moody River, you took my baby from me. I wonder if you were to go near that river or to that river where she took the leap into the muddy waters, whether she'd have something to say about it. I don't know. It's cold in here. It's wet in here. But then again, one doesn't want to believe that somebody, although that would be a suicide and questionable, would remain at the uncomfortable place of death. We'll be right back. Once again, Barbara McBeath and Brendan Cook of the Ghost Investigators Society. Electronic voices from the other side. That's what we have been listening to tonight. You two, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question for either one or both, and then we'll go to the phones. It's Mike in Houston, Texas, who asks on our Fast Blast, I wonder if your guests have tried recording from a morgue or hospital, CCU, right after death. I bet there's some good stuff there. I work in a critical care unit, so I may try to record right after a passing. What do you think?
We've thought about that, and at one time we had the opportunity to do it, but we run into a morality question. I think there's 2 points in people's lives that shouldn't be videotaped, audiotaped, or anything, and that's the moment of birth and the moment of death.
Oh, I thought you were going to say marriage. All right, here we go. Let's take some calls. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Barbara McBeath and Brendan Cook. Hi.
Yeah, Art, how you doing, Brenda? Barbara, I'm glad I got in. I got right through. 2 points. One is on number 10 on your disc there. I think that voice is saying behind us. Behind us.
Behind us. Huh.
I believe, but it's so fast that you can hardly pick it up.
Behind us. What did you think it was saying?
Behind us.
No, I know. No, I meant Brendan and Barbara.
No, we thought it was saying Ivan, but what's interesting is we found that they talk syllabically, and either one is 2 syllables.
All right, everybody quiet for a moment. Let's listen to this and see if we can decide for ourselves. Here it is, 10, number 2. You know, he's right. That could be behind us or behind.
It could, because I've never heard the name Ivan, which is what I hear.
All right, caller. Good shot there.
Yeah, Art, one more thing, please.
Sure.
I'm out of state. I'm from Muskogee, Oklahoma, but I'm up here in Wisconsin where I'm listening to you now.
Right.
Do you have a station out of Tulsa that carries you? Do you know?
We
Oklahoma City?
do. I think it's In Tulsa, huh? Might be KTOK. I'm not sure. I'd have to check my list.
Okay, I'm going to try KTOK when I get back home then. Well, thank you very much, Art.
All right, and keep listening on the air there. Let's see if, let me see while we're at it here. Oklahoma. Let's see. Tulsa. Well, not finding it. All right, we'll keep looking and continue with the calls. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, good morning. It did sound like behind, by the way. Anyway, I was going to ask your guest, have they traveled to, like, foreign countries and have gone through their cemeteries in different places, and or have they collaborated with anybody else in foreign countries to see if this phenomenon is true? The reason why I bring it up, I know they had that German clip, but I was just wondering, are people picking this up in other countries in their native tongues?
Very good question. Have you all ever traveled overseas and done this?
You know what? We haven't, but I do know, especially in Germany, there is a lot of research going on into this. And it's, of course, more common to find the language of that country. I mean, the prominent language of that country. However, just like here, I mean, there's other people that speak different languages, and occasionally we do pick them up.
So the dead are not like air traffic controllers, which have to speak English.
That's what I was thinking.
We have recorded French, we've recorded Spanish, and German. The English is the most common because we're here in the United States, and that's what the majority of people speak.
Makes the most sense to me. All right, caller, there you are. And for the previous caller, KTOK is in Oklahoma City, and in Tulsa, it's KQLL. That's KQLL in Tulsa. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the ghost folks.
Hello, yes, this is Dan, and I'm calling from Joplin today.
Hi, Dan.
I have a couple of questions. Have you ever thought of going to the grave of someone that you knew when they were physically alive, was blind, and then bringing a piece of Braille that you had not had read to you and asked the ghost to read that Braille?
Ooh, that's a weird one.
No, but that's a good thing to try. I have not known anyone that was blind, and so that thought never even occurred to me, but I might try to find out, do some research and try to find a person that was.
Do you ever get recordings that are greater than a sentence or a couple of words?
Yes.
Yeah, we do. We've got a couple.
Most of the time, we've gotten some, we played some sentences here.
Yes.
But I think the longest one that we recorded was at Fort Douglas, and in one of the, well, it was the museum that used to be a barracks.
Yes.
And it says, the man said, "I ain't ever seen anything that can compare to this."
Huh. But all right, so it usually then comes in relatively either single words, 2 words, or at the most a sentence. That's generally true?
Yes.
Then that must mean that it takes a great amount of energy or effort or whatever is expended to get it from there to here.
Exactly.
I believe it is. You know, and we need scientific explanation for these things. I would love to see mainstream science recognize that there is something here and do some good scientific research. We're very limited on our funds because we fund ourselves.
Right.
But there's definitely presences around us, and I think that if we could get mainstream science involved, I've
so
kept every one of my tapes.
You're not afraid of mainstream science. You would invite them.
I would love.
You would invite an investigator along.
By all means, I would love mainstream science to get interested in this.
Okay. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing? Great to have you back, Art.
Thank you.
Hey, Barbara. Hey, Brendan. This is Josh from Seattle. Something really crazy. This tonight's show really interested me because something that happened about 2 months ago. It was late night, and I was recording a compact disc, onto a blank tape from my stereo, and I fell asleep, and the CD had finished recording, and the tape, there was still more tape left, and I listened to the CD afterwards, and I wanted to tape more stuff onto the blank space that was remaining on the tape, and I could distinctly hear somebody sobbing their eyes out, going, "Tell them I love them, and I did not do it." And I've let a couple of my friends and a few of my family members listen to this, and they can hear it too. And I just didn't want to bring this to anybody else, out of fear of them calling me a crackpot or something. And I was just wondering, is there any way I could possibly, send this tape to you or something like that?
If you had the ability to maybe transfer it to a WAV file, just, the anomalous voice part of it, you could send it directly to the site, and we could look at it and run it through our graphic analysis.
All right, so it's GIS at GhostPix, that's P-I-X, G-H-O-S-T, P-I-X, GIS at ghostpix.com, right? And you'd like WAV files?
Yes.
Can you do that, caller?
Yes, I think I can. I think I have one more quick question before I go.
Sure.
Surely all of us have seen the movie The Sixth Sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, we all remember the part where he listens to that tape and he hears the voice.
Yes.
Did that happen to alert you too, Barbara or Brendan, when you first seen that?
We had been doing that way before we ever saw the movie.
Oh, well, I know that. Well, did it, cause you to take alert and go, wait a minute?
Yeah, it was interesting. In fact, another movie that deals with it is The Changeling.
Okay, I've never seen it.
It has the same kind of thing happen in it.
Yeah, but nothing quite affected me like The Sixth Sense. They really managed.
That movie was done very well. Whoever made that movie and wrote it knew about ghosts. I thought how it was portrayed was done very well.
Well, rarely does a movie bowl me over right at the end, but at the end of The Sixth Sense, I just sat there going, oh.
Well, the thing that really gets me is this was not a movie, this was real life. And for the next couple of nights, I just couldn't sleep, to tell you the honest to God truth. I listened to it maybe 10, 15 times. You can distinctly hear somebody, it sounds like they're sobbing their eyes out, and it goes, "Tell them I love them, and I didn't do it."
Have you ever had ghost activity take place there, or that you're aware of?
Well, aside from the normal creaks and such of the house, nothing really. The thing that really got me was, I was completely alone in my home at the time.
Right.
There was nobody else in the house.
You might want to try taping your, there and asking questions and see if you get a reply. Let them know that you heard them and ask if there's anything that you can do for them, and see if you get a response.
Yeah, because...
You live in an apartment or a home?
I live in a home. I was going to say, because, they must be reasonable. If they're reasonable before, they must be reasonable after.
Yes, that's true.
One quick thing before I go. What two brands of tape did you say you use? Because I'm going to go out and get one of the two as soon as possible.
I myself use either Memorex, a cassette Memorex tape, or TDK.
All right. And those have worked out the best for you?
For me, yes.
Matter of how much noise is on them or what?
My preference is the Memorex. I've never had a bit of problem with Memorex tapes.
Good advertisement for Memorex. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with the GIS group.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Tim from St. Louis, listening on 97.1.
97.1, our new affiliate in St. Louis, FM. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's great. I've got a great story for you. I've been interested in this since 1992 because a voice phenomenon did happen to me on a tape while I was speaking with a psychic. And she was giving me a warning. And you talk about interaction. It interacted at the exact moment that I was given the warning. And actually, it was a warning saying the psychic was warning me about an unhealthy obsession with a girl that I was dating with some other man, I guess. And at that exact moment, a voice came over the tape and said the man's name.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Did you find out that that was true?
I didn't find out if it was true or not. No. I'm not sure if it ever came to light or not. But then right after that, I heard a whistle as well, like I heard earlier. It went just like that. And I've been interested in this phenomenon. I also bought this book that I got through Wayne Green on his Guide to Wisdom, which it's called by Peter Bander.
Yes.
And I've been very interested in this phenomenon. I'm going to start doing it myself as well, because I've got three voices captured on tape.
Well, it's an extremely easy thing, to get into. It doesn't cost a lot of money. You can do it pretty much anywhere.
Well, not everybody, you two, understand, not everybody wants to hear from the other side.
Well, there is more interest in it today than years past. I've seen a change in the public's attitude towards this phenomena.
Yes, I think it's because people are indeed becoming more spiritual.
Yes.
Yes, and we're aware that there are possibilities of things that might exist out there than what we've been told.
No doubt. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hi there.
Hi, Art. This is Shane from Knoxville.
Yes, sir.
I had a question for Brendan and Barbara.
Oh, we're newly on the air there in Knoxville.
Oh, yes. News Talk 990.
And I'll bet they hardly know what to think about us over there.
Well, we seem to enjoy you, the listeners, and I know. I wanted to ask Brendan and Barbara, does the tune that the whistling ghost you had sound familiar to you?
No, I mean, it reminds me of an old Western song, and I would love, if anybody out there knows what that tune is, I would love to know it.
Well, I think, to me, it sounded very familiar, but it didn't sound like a Western. I was wondering maybe if Art could play it again. As strange as this seemed, at the end of it sounded like the whistling in the X-Files.
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it really did.
What number was that?
Number 11.
Number 11. Let's see. I thought more like Bridge Over the River Kwai, but
it kind of had like an old Western.
The last 5 notes.
All right, here we go. Everybody quiet. All right.
It sounded like to me.
It still does, huh?
Maybe the ghosts watched the X-Files. I don't know.
Well, there's a couple of the people that said that it reminded them of the X-Files, but I hear an old cowboy tune.
Yeah, the last 5 notes sound hauntingly like the X-Files to me.
All right.
You're not the first that said that.
Really? So other people thought that too. Yeah. Maybe that was just a little too cutesy, and so you decided not to go with that, huh?
Well, it just reminds me of an old cowboy song.
All right. Is that it, caller?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, you two. The Ghost Investigators Society can be reached by going to my website and just linking over to theirs. Just go to the area where it says tonight's guest, and you'll be able to click right on their website, which is www.ghostpix.com, or if you want to send them email or a WAV file, I bet you guys love getting those.
They're fun.
A WAV file. Their email is gis@ghostpix.com, GHOSTPIX.com. Do you receive a lot of WAV files from people?
Actually, we don't. We receive a lot of pictures. And
you will now.
On how to send WAV files, but we actually don't receive a lot of WAV files, no.
You're set up, obviously, for computers there because you've dealt with processing the audio, right?
Yes.
So WAV files would be a good thing.
Yes, yeah. They're
although they're easy, but most of the things that we post, we know what was happening at that time.
In other words, you had control.
Yes.
Do you ever get audio that came in conjunction with a photograph, a ghost photograph?
Well, we've gotten audio that has been in, coincided with infrared video that we've taped.
I recorded a voice on my audio tape and on my infrared video at the same time.
There you are. There you are. That's what I wanted to know. Listen, you two, I really want to thank you for being here.
And we appreciate you asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We're going to do this again. I take it there'll be a whole new collection soon, right?
Oh,
we have many.
Yeah, we're constantly getting new ones. So,
all right, then we're going to do it again. This was hot stuff. Thank you both.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. And for those of you that catch the last hour, hang in there. It's coming up. It's going to be absolutely open lines all the way. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, Manila. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever the case may be, in whatever time zone you reside in. I'm Art Bell, filling in for George Norrie with a well-deserved night off. And this is the beginning of the season of the witch. Good day, everybody. Tonight we will do the GIS. That's the Ghost Investigators Society. And then we will follow it up in a couple of days on Halloween, on All Hallows Eve, actually, with Ghost to Ghost, the traditional Ghost to Ghost program that we've been doing for so very many years now. So it's ghost on ghost, as it were. All the ABs are well. The current picture of Miss Asia was taken only a few days ago, so you might take a good look at that. She's growing. Oh, my God, is she growing? And talking, and talking, and talking, and talking. And she wants to grow quickly. Anyway, you might take a look at that. It's right on the front page, and you can click on more, and it'll get bigger. So all are well, including the fur-bearing members, Yeti, Abby, and Dolly. I want to take a moment and lay down, well, I hate to call them rules, but they are, for a Ghost to Ghost. Halloween night, of course. It's just us, and it's just ghost stories. There would be only one story per customer. One per customer. No, oh, Art, I've got another one for you. Pick your best one and give it your best shot. Only the scariest need apply. Give us a short version. When you are answered, we will have a screener. And sort of give the short version to the screener so we can separate the spirits from those celebrating the night, consuming spirits. And if you have a short ghost story, you'd like to float to this side of the world. I am on the other side of the world now, you know. You can email it to me, and I may choose to read it on the air, or may not. If I don't, please don't be disappointed. But it's got to be short, to the point, and scary. So, if you want to email a ghost story, it's Art Bell. I am Art Bell at mindspring.com. Let me do that again. ARTBELL at mindspring, MINDSPRING.com. And I certainly will choose to read some of them on the air. All right, we'll take a very quick break and come back and just do a couple of. I've heard there's going to be an election back there. Is that right? An election? Possible changes occurring, something like that. But all of that is for another day and another show. This show is going to concentrate on ghosts. So, in a moment, with a few words I've got to say ahead of their appearance, comes the GIS. Stay right where you are. Well, all right, let's talk a little bit about ghosts, shall we? Because that's what the next couple of shows that I'm going to do, including tonight, are going to be about. I don't know, I truly don't know what ghosts are. And I don't know too many people who could say affirmatively they know what they are. And I'm going to be very honest with you here. I'm sort of a religious person. I guess I'm a little agnostic in the sense that I'm not absolutely sure about anything. I'm getting to that time in my own life where I'm looking down that long, dark hall, and whether there is a bright light at the end or not, I haven't fully determined, and probably won't until the time comes. However, I have experienced the presence of spirits. Do I know what they are? In other words, are they the soul of a person who has at one time lived on Earth, or could they be indeed spirits, but not of the dead? I don't know. But I do know I've experienced them. And so many others that I've talked to have experienced them. So something's there. I don't know what it is. Is it a ghost? Is it a person who was once alive? I think I lean toward yes. But I don't, to be honest with you, have any absolute answers about anything in my mind. And I think if I did, I don't know that I could do this program the way I do. In other words, if I have resolved everything, then I guess I'd be doing more of lecturing than I would wondering and exploring. And wondering and exploring is what I like to do. Anyway, Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath are members of the GIS, the Ghost Investigators Society. And this is, I think, the most interesting, what would be the right word? The most interesting avenue to go down to try and figure out what's out there. Why do I think that? Well, they go out with recorders. I think they've moved pretty much from, tape recorders to the digital medium. And they go to cemeteries, they go to haunted locations, they go to, all these sorts of places that I wouldn't go. And they record. And what they get is pretty scary at times. Not to them. I've talked to them about that. They're not scared of it. But they definitely get it. They get these voices. Now, they haven't written a book. They don't even take donations. They do it from their own pocket. There's absolutely nothing in what they do, and this has been over probably a decade now, that raises any red flags for me. They do this because they want to know, just as we want to know. So with that as a basis, over the years, I've never found a single thing that I could be suspicious of. Not a single thing with this group. Not only do they conduct investigations, but also instruct, assist, educate anybody who thinks that they may have been experiencing ghostly phenomena. Those who are just, as I am, simply curious. In an effort to educate the public about ghosts, the GIS hopes the EVPs that you're going to hear will help demonstrate that consciousness, ours, does survive after the body dies. You see, I'm not sure about that part. And that these voices may help to give a different perspective about life, death, and ghosts. Well, it may do that. So I would like to welcome them to the show. Brendan Cook, Barbara McBeath, welcome back to Coast AM.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gosh, it's good to hear you two again.
It's wonderful to talk to you again.
I'm sure you heard my little setup there. I'm not really sure of anything, you two. I'm not sure that what we're hearing are ghosts, although I guess that's as good a name for them as any. I'm not sure they are the spirits of those who once lived here on Earth. Are you?
So after 11 years of us being on the show, you're still not sure?
No, I'm honestly not. I mean, for example, let's say there was a spirit out there that never had a body and wanted to screw with you guys. Well, it's possible.
Yes, it is possible.
a lot of things are possible. What I don't think is possible is that there's any hanky-panky going on. I think what you are doing is absolutely legit, straight down the line all the way. And I've never thought for 1 second anything different. What I don't know is absolutely what it is that we're hearing. Why do you think it's ghosts? Why do you think it's people who once were alive?
Well, that is my belief, and usually the places that we go, people have been experiencing the ghost phenomena, although I must admit that the spirits that have never had a body, the phenomena of that is also very similar to ghost activity.
And I've got to say, I mean, as far as, you know, what we're recording actually being ghosts is in spirits, you know, a person that's lived, died, maintaining the same personality that they had. It seems like there's been, actually, hold on, Barb, grab that. Hold on 1 second, the phone was dying on us.
With you guys, you never know.
Sorry about that. Anyway, it seems like, you know, the compassion that comes with these voices, it's just such a human thing. I don't see where it's, you know, we're picking up radio transmissions or we're picking up cell phone signals, which is, you know, plenty of people have told us that. And I really, it sounds to me like these are people. They're people from the other side, I guess.
Well, all right, look, let me specify, they're not radio stations. They're not cell phones. I don't think any of that. I'm way past that, was way past that a long time ago. You know, I know what a radio station would sound like, even if it's, you know, recorded with distortion and recorded in a million different ways. No radio stations, no cell phones. It's not that. But I don't think any of us can conclusively say these are the voices of the once alive.
No, and that's correct. The closest I think we can get is when we do investigations in certain areas where somebody has called and said, "Hey, Uncle Joe has just died," and we come in there and, you know, say we record a voice that sounds like Joe or says the name Joe, and we play it for that family member, and they go, "Yep, that's Joe." I mean, even then, yes, you would automatically think, well, that's a ghost, but even then, can you be sure? I mean, could it be, like you said earlier, something that never had a body that's deciding to, you know, mess with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like
I mean, these spirits are out there. We all know the spirits are out there. There's something out there. I've had my own personal experience.
Just like when there's that voice that we recorded when Brendan fell down the stairs at the mausoleum, and he was down there by himself.
Right.
And that voice that he recorded on his recorder that had fallen out of his hands when he fell, when she said to him, "Are you okay?" The concern you could hear in her voice. Now, if this would have been a spirit that was just messing around with us and possibly could have made him fall down the stairs, I think we would have recorded a laugh and not a concerned voice.
Mm-hmm. I want to bring something up with you all, and it's a personal experience. When my dear wife Ramona passed away, I will give you this right off the top. I was in a state of shock. I went into some kind of horrible state of shock. However, the next day, the same day actually, and the next day, and the day following that, I was in the house. You know, I had relatives nearby, adjacent house. And all of a sudden, I'm a person who gets warm very easily. I like air conditioning. I like to be cool. There was a spirit with me, and I got so cold, you two, that I was shaking. My teeth were chattering. You can attribute this to shock if you want, and who knows, maybe. but it was beyond all reason. I was so cold, I should have been able to see my breath in the air. I ended up finally having to do this several times. I went into the shower, turned the water on hot, and just sat down and let the shower beat on me. That's how, and still I was cold. I couldn't shake it. And this went on for about 3 days. I mean, it was horrible. It went on for 3 days. It was horrible, and it was comforting and a little scary, all of that. And I know she was there.
Yes,
I know she was there. I guarantee you she was there. Now, since then, I've looked into Buddhism. The Buddhists believe that after death, the spirit is, well, kind of earthbound for a period of time, days, weeks, whatever it is. And then it moves on. Have you all looked into this?
Yes. I mean, many religions in the world acknowledge life after death. I think it is the ignorance of modern man that life after death is such a hard thing to accept.
I have not accepted it. Truly, not completely. I kind of lean in that direction, but gosh, I'm not positive. I wish I were. It would be so comforting to have this solid faith that some people have, that God is there, there's heaven, it's all coming to us eventually, but I just can't make that final leap to absolute faith. And have you all made that?
It is. That's what it is.
Oh, I know. Have you made
well,
that?
And ultimately, really, that's why we do this. I mean, we do this to try and prove to ourselves, there is something on the other side. I'd like nothing more than to record the voice of one of my lost relatives, just to say, everything's going to be okay. And we still haven't done anything like that. But I think that's what keeps pushing us is, because I'll be completely honest, I still haven't proven to myself that there is something else on the other side.
Okay.
So,
well, then here, you haven't recorded the voice of one of your lost relatives, but have you ever recorded the voice of anybody that you've dealt with, who said, come on over here and record, we've got something going on? Have you ever played a tape for somebody who said, oh, my God, that's Uncle Fred?
Yes. We had, me and my husband, Roger, had a very good friend that committed suicide in his garage. And after his suicide, his family started experiencing ghostly phenomena in the house, and they felt like he was still there at the house. And we recorded his voice, and what he said was something that he used to clown around and say to my husband.
How did they react?
It kind of shook them up a little bit, but it also confirmed what they had been experiencing there. And they moved out of the house shortly after that. And that house has been for sale many times. In fact, I think it's up for sale again.
Yeah, it is.
Really? I guess you two are, for the most part, pretty sure that these are the voices of people who once lived then, right?
I feel pretty confident that they are.
Yeah.
That seems the most likely explanation for what it is that you get. Okay, well, when we come back, we're going to start with some EVPs. I guess we ought to lay down a little bit of it. Electronic voice phenomena is simply, for those of you who really don't know yet, there have been movies about it. I would think most people know now, but people like you're listening to this evening who just go out and record, originally with standard recorders and audio tape, right?
Yep. Well, yeah, and again, that's originally we did that. Took Barbara some convincing to...
And if I could find a good recorder that plays tapes anymore, I'd still stay with those. I prefer those.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, so we've moved into the digital age. We're using the handheld digital recorders, condenser mics, hooked up to mixing boards, and we've come a long way.
Well, the new digital age seems to have cleared some of the EVPs up. I mean, they're not perfect, but they're a lot better than they were during the tape days, right?
They are. In fact, it'd almost be interesting to do a show just of voices that we got, over a decade ago compared to what we get now.
Although I thought the ones we got on tape were pretty dang clear for that time period.
Well, they were, but they were a little hissy. It added noise, obviously.
Yes, but
and
they were
with
still
the
pretty
digital
clear.
age, yeah, it's cleared them up. All right, you two, hold tight. So what you're going to hear tonight is scary stuff. There's no question about it. It'll put a little bit of a chill down your spine, and maybe as the evening goes on, you'll be able to, for yourself, answer the question that we've posed tonight, and that is what it is that we're hearing in these recordings. That's the big question, isn't it? We'll be right back. From Manila in the Philippines, other side of the world, from the majority of you, good, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Sitting in my lap is Miss Asia Bell, who wants to wish everybody happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
And, hey, can you count to 10 for everybody?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow. Okay, thank you, honey. Bye. There you go. Happy Halloween from somebody 3 years and 5 months old. We'll be right back. Well, all right. Back we are. My guests are the GIS. That would be the Ghost Investigators Society, comprised or represented by Brendan Cook and Barbara McBeath. There are actually a number of members. How many members, folks?
There's 5.
5 of you.
Mm-hmm.
You want to name them?
Yes. Jenny is Brendan's wife. Roger is my husband, and then there's Barry Boris.
So it's mostly in the family.
Well,
yeah, pretty much, except for Barry's the odd guy out. But.
And it's interesting. I'm sure you've had a million opportunities over the years to expand, that is to say, add members. I'm sure you've had people begging to get in, and yet you keep it in this tight little group. Why?
Well, you have to be able to trust the people you're with when you're doing this. You have to believe, and trust what they say, any experiences that they have. You need to be able to trust what they're saying.
And we all just get along so well. I mean,
we are like family.
Mm-hmm. And over the years, as I mentioned earlier in the show, you've never, you haven't written a book. You don't solicit donations. You don't do anything for money. I guess that's intentional, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
And we've had, obviously from being on your show, and we have had so many opportunities to do different things like that and been offered, different monetary things, and we've turned them down strictly because we look at it as the second money comes into play with this, any credibility is pretty much taken away. And I'm not saying that, the people that are out there that do make money don't have any credibility. I'm not saying that at all. But as far as how we work, we just wouldn't feel right about doing what we're doing if there's any sort of money involved in it.
Well, clearly, it does add to your credibility. It certainly does for me, so I'm sure it does for much of the audience as well. Where are we going to begin tonight? In other words, what kind of location did you go to?
Well, this first one is actually the most recent investigation that we've been on. This was the first week of October, so just a few weeks ago. And this is a location that's called Artists and Heirlooms. It is an antique store / art gallery in Ogden, Utah. And the building is well over 100 years old. It's located on the historic street here in Ogden. And
it used to be a hotel.
Did it used to be? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure. Now, in this clip, there's been, you're actually going to hear in a clip a little bit later Barbara says something about a man in a felt hat, and that's one of the ghosts that have been seen in this location, is this old man that wears a felt hat that just kind of walks through walls in the basement.
And he's also been seen on the main floor. He's been seen by different people, and he's always wearing this felt hat, this gray felt hat.
Wow. Did either one of you on the occasion of the taping see anything this time?
No.
No, I didn't see anything, but I had this horrible, horrible smell in the basement. And that's actually where a couple of these voices were recorded, in the basement. But it was just it's like nothing I've ever smelled before. It was musty but sour and just almost made me nauseous. And, again, me being rational, that could have been anything, but it just kind of came on me like I'd hit a wall. So that's a little different.
See, I don't like that.
I didn't either.
If the spirits are happy, I guess happy is the right word, or contented, you would expect a decent smell.
I don't believe there are too many ghosts that are very happy. That's my own personal opinion.
Just so we can set the record straight, these are just personal beliefs you're about to hear, but what is a ghost? In other words, is a ghost somebody who has passed away and for some sad reason, I guess sad, is stuck in this world? Is that what a ghost is? Is that the definition?
Yes, that's what I would define a ghost as. A person that's lived, has a body, has died, and for some reason they have not moved on. And people that experience a visitation, like from a loved one, and are only, they only experience this dead loved one or somebody that they know one time, I don't classify that as a ghost. I think that person is there for a reason, that when they experience that event, that's I don't consider that a ghost. A ghost is somebody that is experienced sometimes over hundreds of years, that is witnessed by many people.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I think the Buddhists are right. I think that for a period of time after death,
I do. I've always believed that.
Oh, interesting. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and get one on the air so people can understand what they're hearing or what they're about to hear through the evening.
Alrighty. Now, this first one, you're just going to hear me asking my standard question that I ask. It's, how old are you? Because there was a kid that was reported in this building, and you hear a young woman respond to me saying, he's so little. And of course, with EVP, you never hear these at the time. 99% of the time, these are never heard until after. So I wish I would have heard her because it's so completely clear.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Number one. That's quite clear. I think everybody can hear it. What happens is you're playing the original one, and then you're playing 3 looped recordings that have slightly more gain. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. We play it once in the original context with, if there was an investigator asking a question, then the voice. And then after that, we just loop the voice twice afterwards just for clarity.
Okay. He's so little is what we think we're hearing. He's so is very clear. Little, I'm not sure about. So let's do number one again. Here we go.
How old are you?
Okay. All right. So you were aware that there had been a young child there?
Yeah, we had actually been told that somebody who had come in had seen a young child there. I believe it was a psychic that had actually talked to the young child. And I don't believe we actually recorded any children's voices in this. Look, oh, no, wait, I'm wrong. We did. So maybe that is him, and maybe this woman is referring to the child. When I ask, how old are you, she's just saying, well, he's so little.
Mm-hmm. Is it your view that people on the other side can see you?
I think sometimes, yes.
I believe that they're very aware of us.
As in visually aware, Barbara?
I think I think that can't comprehend how a ghost experiences loved one, your live people. I think it's a whole different thing. I think the brain, the consciousness is aware.
Okay. All right. And again, most of these voices you're going to hear are not, or they don't sound happy. They don't sound alive. Sometimes they do. There's anger. You will hear anger from ghosts. You will hear sort of the downtrodden sound, the sad sound. And I guess that's because they have not been able to move on, and they're in some sort of, I don't know, they're trapped. Is that a fair word?
Yeah, I believe that's very well put.
Could that be a kind of a purgatory?
Yes, very much. I would think it would be a real hell on earth being stuck here.
And I've always kind of wondered that if that is, really the Christian version of purgatory. Is that what we're recording? And again, that's something that I don't know how you'd ever be able to answer that. But.
Yeah, I don't either. If you could have a dialogue with them, you might be able to get such questions answered, as in, where are you? What is it like where you are? And you get little snatches of that. I mean, I can recall voices saying, "It's so cold here," or "I'm so cold."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And,
all right.
And another thing about EVP is not everyone will hear the same thing. There's some of the voices on that we're playing tonight that I hear something completely different, So, but the thing is that there is a voice there that should not be.
Right. All right. Let's move on to number 2. Again, recorded in this Artist and Heirlooms place.
Okay. You're going to hear Brendan. He's setting up his microphone and his equipment in the basement, and he tells me to keep talking so he can adjust it. He'll say, "Keep talking, Barb," and then you hear me say, "It hardly picked me up the first time I said anything." Right. And then there's this voice. It sounds like it's very difficult for him to say this, but it sounds like he says, "This is my room," and it's kind of a weird sounding voice.
Yeah, very throaty.
Bear in mind, folks, that this used to be a hotel, so I guess somebody could sort of claim they were in their room. Okay, number 2, fire away.
Keep talking, Barb.
It hardly picked me up the first time I said anything.
Oh, gee. See, that was ghosty. I guess that's the right word. That was kind of ghosty. That was kind of chilling, and it was quite clear. Now, whether or not I'm a victim of suggestibility, and we all are in this case, is a good question. But I clearly heard "this is my room." But of course, you told me I was going to hear that.
Play it again and see if you can make out something different.
Okay. I know that after you come back from a place like this, you all sit down, and first of all, everybody should know, you don't just find these don't happen, just like that.
No.
These take hours upon hours upon hours to collect, and then hours and hours and hours and hours to search for on the recordings when you get home, right?
Yeah. Right. And we should also mention, the voices that we play on your show are the best of the best. I mean, not all EVP sounds anywhere near this loud. This is, like you mentioned, a bunch of different investigations after hours and hours, and here's the best of the best. The majority of them are very whispery and in the background, and, we talk over them so you can't even hear what they're saying. Mm-hmm. So we don't want to give people the impression that all EVP sounds just like this.
All right, and people should also understand you're not hearing the responses in live time, as something we've talked about in the past. It might be possible to do so, though not an easy job. You hear them later when you sit down and review the tapes. And as you just mentioned, sometimes you're talking over them, which I guess is sad because you probably missed some good ones.
That's correct.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than, we'll go, guys, can you imagine if that, nobody was talking when that voice came in. But it happens more times than we'd like to admit, where we just talk over whatever it is in the background, and it's frustrating.
I think we've got a good example of it later on our list.
Oh, really? Okay. All right, we're going to do number 2 again. This one's kind of chilling, and it is suggested that this is my room is what's being said. If you hear something else, I'd like to hear about it. So number 2, one more time.
Just keep talking, Barb.
It hardly picked me up the first time I said anything.
I don't like that. That's kind of creepy. There wouldn't you wouldn't imagine there would be any sense of time. I'm going to refer to it as the other side, on the other side, or in this purgatory in which they find themselves. But there wouldn't be a sense of time, would there?
I wouldn't think so.
I would not believe that there is.
I just don't see what the point of.
If you exist forever, what difference does it matter how long a time it is?
That's true, I guess. But if there really is a hell, for example, how can you know how long you're suffering unless there's a sense of past, present, and future?
An attitude adjustment, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess so. And so apparently, ghosts have a sense of ownership, as in, this is my room. Is it your view, you two, that ghosts hang where they passed?
No, I do not believe that. I believe that they're linked to a location from their life.
I think it's a place that's important to them, whether that's some place where they've passed on, or it's their childhood home they grew up in, or, we've even heard places being haunted, like amusement parks, where somebody enjoyed their childhood at an amusement park, and that's where they've been seen since they've passed on.
So then, as a spirit, you can move around if you want to, apparently.
Yes. I believe, in fact, in this historical location here in town, there has been a ghost of a soldier that has been seen at what used to be the Union Pacific Railroad station, and in a couple of the hotels that are just across the street from the train station.
Okay, what about this? Have you ever recorded the voice of a person who is still alive?
Not that I am aware of. That I don't know that we have.
Yeah, I don't think we have. The closest I can think of is, this was a few years back. We were doing an investigation in Salt Lake City, and one of the investigators had said the word, I can't remember what it was, water or something like that. But just prior to her saying that, there was a voice that said water that almost sounded identical to her. And it was almost like somehow the recorder picked up her thought of saying water, and then she says it.
The reason I say that is because it's obvious to me, and I think many others in the audience, that the human brain, the living human brain, is capable of many extraordinary, even paranormal things.
Very
that's
true.
the reason I asked the question.
Very true.
All
right. We have had ghosts say something that is immediately repeated by a living person that's there at the investigation, which makes me wonder if they can put thoughts into a living person's head.
Gotcha. All right. Hold tight, you two. We're at a break point already. 1 hour gone. We're playing EVPs for you. Voices from the other side. It is from Manila, way over here in the Philippines, where it's very warm. And it's always very warm. We have 2 seasons here, warm and warmer. Actually, summer and the rainy season. I call it warm and warmer. My guests are from the GIS, the Ghost Investigators Society. And I think you've got to admit, if you've been listening for this last hour, that there aren't many holes to look at in what you're hearing. It is what it is, and you can make of it what you will. But it surely does seem as though these voices are coming from... Well, you answer it for me. They're not radio stations. They're not cell phones. What are they? We'll be right back. Here's something that I would like to get out to the audience just before we jump back into the recordings. If you have doubts about what you're hearing, my suggestion to you would be try it yourself. Now, what does that mean? That means take a digital recorder or a regular recorder, whatever, and, the old tape variety, if you wish. Either one works. And go to... where would you all recommend somebody would go for a test?
It sounds really cheesy, but a cemetery. And the only reason we say that, and I know you've asked this before, why go to cemeteries? There's 2 reasons. One, if you go to a cemetery late at night, it is normally very, very quiet. There's not going to be a lot of people walking around or, a lot of background noise. And 2, we believe that ghosts, I don't want to say feed on emotion, but emotion can keep them in a certain location. And it's not so much that a ghost is staying around a cemetery because that's where their body is. I think they're staying there because, family members come and mourn them there, and that's where the emotion is, so that's where they are.
Well, perhaps also when the person to do the testing goes to a cemetery, they're going to be scared out of their wits, displaying lots of emotion.
And I believe that they do feed off of that, too. Any place that's reportedly haunted, even if a person's home, if somebody believes that they have activity in their home, try it in your home.
That's a good point. So a location where either somebody has said there's activity or you feel it yourself is a better spot.
Yes, and get permission. Try to get permission. We always get permission to go into locations, even if we have to contact police department or, let them know that we're going in a place. Or.
Mm-hmm. I would think that on any number of occasions, as you've gone out, particularly to cemeteries and places like that, somebody has called the police.
Yeah.
So you've had some encounters with local law enforcement.
They'll patrol. Most places police patrol cemeteries.
And especially now. I guess we didn't notice it so much years ago, but now with the big boom in ghost hunting, ghost investigating, and that. I mean, every city's local cemetery has ghost hunters in it at some point, especially throughout October. So, police are aware of that, and some of them, the investigators, quote unquote, are vandalizing things and, doing things they shouldn't be that really have nothing to do with what we do. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, always get permission because the police just aren't, you're ghost investigating, so that's fine.
Have you ever had a serious encounter with law enforcement?
No.
As in get out of here now, or you're going to the pokey?
No, not so much. We did have one, I would say probably 7 years ago. who just didn't buy what we were doing. This was before anybody had really heard of people going to cemeteries and doing this. He's just like, I don't believe it. You guys need to leave. So,
and most towns will have a city ordinance about you've got to be out of a cemetery after a certain time. Usually the sun goes down.
Uh-huh.
So,
are you two on regular telephones?
Yes.
Okay. I've been hearing some clicking and sort of cutting out. It could be in our connection or it could be in your connection. I'm not sure. All right, let's move on. Again, EVPs, folks. And this is number 4, recorded at a sort of artist heirloom type place that was once a hotel.
Is it number 4 or number 3?
Yes. Is it number 3? Okay, yes, it is number 3. I'm sorry.
All right, now this one, I think what we're going to do is I'm not going to tell you what the voice itself says.
I already know.
You can't cheat.
Well, everybody else. But
okay.
I do think it sounds like the same man as the previous clip, though. I will say that. It sounds like the same voice. And all you're going to hear is my wife say, well, it turned on, and she's referring to a lamp that was in this area that just turned on by itself. And I say, well, it's dead now, meaning it doesn't turn back on, and then here comes this man's voice.
All right, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring up my Fast Blast. People who are near Fast Blast, do me a favor, and if you would please, as soon as you hear this, Fast Blast me what it is you're hearing. And we'll get at least a few, I suppose. And we're not going to tell you what we're hearing, so or what you should be hearing. So here we go. This is number 3. Listen carefully.
Well, it turned on.
It's dead now. Yikes. Oh, you guys picked a terrible one to do this test on. Terrible. I have no idea what was said, and I'm looking. I really know what you think was said, but I have no idea from listening to it. That sounded like mishmash to me.
Yeah, that one, it's really tough. Syllabically, it's even hard to make out what is being said. The only thing I can gather is it does sound like the same voice as the previous clip. I mean, it sounds like the same man's voice.
Bad test. Bad test. All right, cancel that idea for a test on this one anyway. We'll do it on one that is, I want to do it on one that's apparently clear, okay? So, because I have no idea. We're going to play it again right now. Listen very, very carefully, everybody. See if you hear something I don't. Go ahead.
Well, it turned on.
It's dead now. No clue. I have no clue. What they say, the voice was saying, is I'm gone. And trust me, I don't hear that. In fact, I just hear kind of a, that's all I hear. So, how did you come up with I'm gone from that mishmash?
I think it was really just listening to it. I mean, each one of these voices we probably listened to hundreds of times, and after hearing it so many times, this could be, just the brain working while you're listening to it. But
our brain wants to make order out of disorder.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. And this goes into what you were saying before about EVP is extremely subjective, and it makes me wonder, had I said what I think it's saying before we played it, would you have heard it because you're listening for it now, rather than, just saying, well, there's a voice in here. So
okay, well, hey, listen, I like the idea of a test, but why would you pick that one?
I don't know.
It's just,
I guess to help me out, because I was kind of wondering what it said also.
All right. Well, you finally came up with I'm gone. I can't say that I heard that at all.
No, we do have a really good one. A few voices later that we'll do another test on. It should be abundantly clear what it says.
All right, fine then. Everybody prepare, get somewhere near Fast Blast, and when we get to the test, we'll let you know. How's that? I guess I'm expecting an answer from them, and of course they can't answer. All right. All right. Well, let's move on to something we can hear. This is number 4.
All right. You're going to hear me say, is the man that wears the felt hat here? And then you're going to hear a voice, a man's voice, that says, I hit his back. And then you will hear me say, will you speak to us?
Okay. When you talk to these spirits, or attempt to, as you are here, do you intentionally pause? Have you learned to intentionally pause?
Yeah, it's a whole way. When you do this, it's a whole way of learning how to speak
and give them time.
Right, or what you end up with, of course, is your voice over somebody else's.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. All righty then. Number 4, please.
Is the man that wears the felt hat here? Will you speak to us?
I do hear I hit his back. And again, I don't know, to be fair, folks, I've got a list in front of me, of what's going to be played and what's said. And I hit his back is what it sounds like. But I've been warned. I've been previewed. We'll do it one more time and see if that's really what you hear, folks. See if you really hear I hit his back. Go ahead, number 4 again.
Is the man that wears the felt hat here? Will you speak to us?
That's pretty clear. I hit his back. Back was definitely clear. We'll get some feedback from the audience here after a while. Again, who was the man who was said to be wearing the felt hat?
They don't know who he is. This area used to be, now the hotel used to have, what's the word?
I'm not sure.
There was kind of a bad part of town at one time.
A brothel is what you're looking for? There you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, upstairs, in the second level of the building, and most of the hotels down in this area did have brothels.
Interesting. All right, on to number 5.
All right, well, we couldn't get out of here without playing a kid's voice for you. So, and
actually,
I did mention
kids' voices, folks, are actually probably the majority of what they get. Is that fair? Maybe not. It's probably half of what you get, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, and it's, as we mentioned, it's something that really bothers us because, when you hear ghosts and you hear EVP, you don't expect, to hear a child, especially the young children that we actually record.
Right. Okay. So, again, this is I think the final one at this location?
Yeah, this is the last one in Artisan Heirlooms, and you're just going to hear me say, can you tell us what it's like where you're at? And this makes it even worse, the child's response. It sounds like the child says, I didn't eat today.
Okay, number 5, please.
Can you tell us what it's like where you're at?
Oh, God. All right, clearly that's a child's voice, and clearly that child is talking. The word eat, I thought was very, very clear, and today was very, very clear. I didn't eat today. That raises a million questions. What does a ghost care about eating? What does a disembodied spirit
Well, this child might have been hungry most of the time during its lifetime.
Well, and again, what's even worse is in context with what I say. Can you tell us what it's like where you're at? And the child responds, "I didn't eat today." That doesn't suggest a very, very happy place. And we've mentioned this before. They're obviously dead. They don't have a body. They don't have the physical needs that we would, like eating. But mentally, they still want that. We've recorded voices saying, "I want a cigarette." I mean, they don't need for it, but I mean, it's something, it's a craving they had in life, and that carried over into death. And it must be worse for them in death.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. That's right. There's no 7-Eleven to run down to and grab a pack. Oh Lord, don't let that be true. I've had a many years battle with trying to quit smoking, and I've had periods where I've quit for 3 months, that kind of thing. But I'm hooked. I know I'm hooked, and I don't want to think that I'm going to be hooked on the other end. That's a terror. Contemplating that. Do either one of you smoke?
Yeah,
I used to. I'm 7 months quit now, I think. So,
congratulations. I can't imagine getting to the other side or whatever it is and still having that physical craving. Doesn't make sense. Better not be true.
Well, it's your consciousness, and it's your mental state. That's what.
All right. I want to hear this one more time. This is very bothersome. Number 5, please, once more.
Can you tell us what it's like where you're at?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Definitely a child. Here's a question for you. If half of what you get are children, besides the fact that it's very bothersome that you get children at all, you get so many of them, I mean, from a percentage point of view, an awful lot more adults die than children. I mean, death at a very early age happens, but it's not especially common, right?
Right. I've kind of wondered if the children's voices we record are all actually children, or are they people that are, they're just choosing to come through as a child's voice? Yes.
Well, it's terribly bothering to me to hear them, and there's so many of them. Perhaps when you pass on, you do have the opportunity to come back in the form that you wish, and the age that you wish. Who knows? But you wouldn't think there would be a lot of choices on the immediate other side, that trapped area.
Well, Barbara, she's talked about, people that have seen, or people that she's talked to that have seen ghosts in different stages of their life. They've appeared as, when they're younger, and then they've appeared as an old person. They've appeared in middle age. Who knows? I mean,
you could be the state of mind of that person at the time.
Could be. We're going to take, when we go to a break here, we're going to take a look at the lines. I'm hearing for some reason, I'm hearing you cut out a little bit. Is there anything you can do with the phones on your end?
We will check.
We will check on Art.
Are you on portable phones?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That's pretty much of a no-no, but so who knows? When we come back, we're going to be listening to voices from where? From Wilshire?
Yeah, it's an old movie theater that was closed down. It was probably 60, 70 years old.
Uh-huh. Why would you expect to get a lot of voices from, not a lot of people pass away in a movie theater. Although that's not a prerequisite, is it, to getting the voices?
No, actually, in this theater, it was a place that was pretty, in the city it's in, was pretty well known to be haunted. For some reason or another, it scared a lot of people.
Okay, and again, that's the reason you go to such locations. All right, we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we're going to visit a very old, possibly haunted theater in Wilshire, California. I'm Art Bell. Here I am, down near the equator, folks. I've got a couple of questions that have come in by Fast Blast that I think are worth asking. Sherry in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania asks, what if the voices on EVPs are not the afterlife, in quotes, but an alternate dimension? Maybe when you think or say things in a very heightened emotional state, the energy is so strong it crosses over or exits indefinitely in a realm of emotional energy. How about that, you two?
Yeah, we've heard that. We've heard people actually almost state that word for word.
I guess that would be possible. I find it easier to believe in ghosts than that, but that would be a possibility.
Then it would be according to what we've heard, it wouldn't be a very happy alternate dimension. It would probably be a cold alternate dimension with a lot of ticked off people.
Yeah, I think that's putting it perfectly.
All right. Jet in Colorado Springs, Colorado says, hi, Art. I'm somewhat skeptical about EVPs. Here's my comment and or question. I realize that I listen to English stations and that shows like yours talk about subjects in English. Are there any other languages found in EVPs? What about it? Are other languages present?
Yeah. In fact, there'll be a couple of examples of that towards the end of the clips we're going to play tonight. And we're actually going to play them hoping that somebody can translate them for us.
Okay. That's certainly fair. What percentage of the time do you get?
Not very often, and I think a lot of that has to do with it's because of the locations we're going. I mean, the locations that we investigate are English-speaking locations. I think if we were to investigate, say, in Spain, we'd pick up a lot of Spanish. I know there's a lot of German investigators. They pick theirs up in German. So I think
that, that's fair. So in other words, these spirits tend to stay, more or less in the area that they know. And I think that's what you would expect. All right. We're going on now to Wilshire. And this is an old theater.
Yes.
Where there had been some reported activity.
Yes.
Right? All right. Number 6.
You're going to hear this person that was with us say, then what the hell was that pound over there? They had heard a noise, and he asked Brendan, you heard it, didn't you? And Brendan responds, yeah. And then it sounds like a young girl to me that responds, and the EVP. And what Brendan hears is something different than what I hear. He hears, I'm seeing a whole bunch down there, and I hear, I see a hole down there.
Mm-hmm. I'm. By the way, before we do this, I'm hearing something very strange on your phone, Barbara. Kind of a sound. Are you hearing that?
No.
Okay.
We don't hear it here.
Okay. All right. Number 6.
So what the hell was that pound over there? Over the chicken,
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh. All right, that's not as clear as you would have it be. It is obviously, however, a child's voice, ostensibly saying, I'm seeing a whole bunch down here, and I sort of hear part of that, and part of it is not too clear to me, but again, a child's voice.
Yes. It sounds like a young girl to me.
Yeah, and that was another one of the ones I really had to listen to quite a few times before I came up with, that's what I thought it was saying. And again, Barbara said she thinks it's saying something completely different. Well, I wouldn't say completely different, but she doesn't hear one or two of the words that I hear.
Okay, I would tend to agree with Barbara. What do you hear, Barbara?
What I'm hearing is I see a hole down here.
All right. I'm going to listen again subjectively and see what I hear. Number 6, please, one more time.
So what the hell was that pound over there? Over the chicken,
Yep. See, that time I heard what you heard. I'm seeing a hole down here.
Yeah,
a hole down.
I don't hear the word bunch in that sentence.
Fascinating. It'll be interesting to see what the audience thinks. These are what they are, folks. They're recorded. And I fully understand that you would be surprised, you all, at some of the anger that comes. And fear equals anger more times than not. I have found that when people are afraid of something, they get angry. No, that's a bunch of junk. Whatever. They just get angry. Their response is anger, and I don't know that I understand that, but on the other hand, yes, I do. Number 7, let's keep moving. Wilshire.
All right. Now, this one, this was recorded by my wife, and it was just my wife and our other investigator named Barry, and they had just opened up this, it was almost like a manhole cover in the ground, and it led to this whole other room below the theater. And they just lifted up the cover, and then you hear Barry say, "Hey, is Jimmy Hoffa in there?" And then you're going to hear this man, it's kind of an older-sounding man. It sounds like he says, "Did you feel that?"
I wonder if he was referring to, in the one you just played, the first Wilshire, what you said, what the hell was that pound over there? Was it a pounding, like pounding on the wall, or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
there was a noise.
It was a really, just a loud thud.
A loud thud. Well, in this next one, if he's saying, "Did you feel that?" he might have been referring to how much difference in time was there between the two?
Oh, this was hours, though. Between the two, this was probably 2 hours later at least.
Okay, so no apparent connection. All right, number 7, please.
Hey, is Jimmy Hoffa in there?
Boy, I don't get that at all. I don't get "did you feel that" at all out of that.
Really?
Yeah, really. Barbara, is that what you heard?
No. I don't know what I heard on it. I heard a voice that shouldn't have been there.
Right,
but
there was a voice. But I couldn't tell at all what it was saying. Now, maybe I just was not listening carefully. Let's do it one more time. Number 7, please. Listen carefully.
Hey, is Jimmy Hoffa in there?
I'm sorry, I don't get that at all. That one was a mystery to me completely. Some of them are just, there's no question about it, but that to me was just gibberish. I didn't get it. Sorry. Let's try number 8.
Okay, this one's going to be the test. You're going to hear Brendan say, "Okay, let's go."
All right, don't tell us what. Right.
And then the EVP responds.
Okay, and that's what we want the audience to listen for. This next one, we're just going to play it, and we're going to ask you to fast blast as quickly as you can what it is you hear. And so we'll get some responses from the audience, and we'll come back to it later. How about that? So this is number 8, and I would like your response, folks, to what you hear the voice say. Number 8, please.
Okay, let's go.
All right, we can't have a discussion about this because that would give it all away. So instead, we're going to just play it again. But it's that last part, the EVP voice, and we want you to decide what is being said and fast blast that to me. So number 8, one more time.
All right, let's go.
All right. I'd love to have a discussion about that, and we will later. But for now, if the audience would just fast blast what was said, we'll see how you do. That's all I can say. To me, it was quite clear, but to be honest with you, I'm sitting here reading a script of what's going to be said, so I already knew, so I don't count. All right, number 9.
All right. Now, this actually refers to the previous voice that you said you couldn't really hear, where Barry's saying, hey, is Jimmy Hoffa down there? Mm-hmm. You're going to also hear Barry say, if you stick your camera down there, don't drop it. And then you're going to hear sounds to me like a child saying, can I see it?
All right, number 9.
You stick your camera down there, don't drop it.
That, again, is a child's voice. Gee, we're reaching that 50% mark easily. Can I see it is what the child says, and I think that is exactly what the child says. But we'll do it one more time. Please, number 9.
You stick your camera down there, don't drop it.
Okay, there you have it. And I agree. Can I see it? And again, I'm bothered by these children. Gosh.
Well, it almost sounds like a curious kind of voice. Like the child is curious about, the equipment, the camera. Mm-hmm. That's why, can I see it?
Mm-hmm. And if children have anything, they have lots and lots of curiosity. No question about that. Yeah. I can vouch for that with my little princess.
She's talking really good, by the way.
Oh, she's driving us. It makes the days when she couldn't talk, it makes you long for them at times, because she just never stops. It's just on and on and on and on. Now she's interested in my radio equipment. She likes my Morse code key.
Yeah.
Can I see that? Can I play with that, Daddy? Later. Do you promise, Daddy? And then later she'll come back in remembering that promise.
She doesn't forget about it.
No, she doesn't. All right, we're going now to a cemetery. Actually, a cemetery is where we'll go if we don't take a break. So we're going to take a break and we'll be right back. All right, how cool is this? We did a test on number 8, and here are the results, everybody. I've just got one sort of a part of a page in front of me. Damien in Stanton, California said number 8 is come back. Doug in Chicago, Illinois says, I heard I'm back and or come back. Christina in Longview, Washington. Well, I know you asked for number 8, but I have to tell you, I hear she talks about number 7 and doesn't give us an answer at all. Lori C. in Cedar Rapids, Iowa says, come back. Jesse in Clearwater, BC, Canada. Number 8 says, clearly, come back. Perfectly appropriate. Ezra in Austin, Texas, I think it said, come back. Genesis in Palmdale, California, come back or I'm back. Leanne in Silver Springs, Nevada, number 8, come back. Doug in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, come back. Doug in Florence, Oregon, sounds like the EVP is saying, come back to me, but come back. Mitz in Gardena, California, sounds like come back. And James in Sacramento, I think the voice is saying come back. Ron in L.A., California, come back. So there you've got it. I could read more, but don't need to. We all heard the same thing. And we're going to play it again because I want to talk a little bit about number 8. If you would, cue up number 8 and play it one more time for us. Number 8.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, there you go, folks. There is the response to our little test, and I'll grant you it was clear. It was as clear as could be, and everybody heard the same thing. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No,
the reason I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm actually really glad we did that because I don't think we've ever really tried to do that before on the show. And
No, not in real time.
Yeah.
The reason I want to talk about it a little bit is because everybody could clearly hear you rustling around, getting ready to go, the equipment moving or whatever was moving. You were obviously getting ready to go. You said, okay, let's go. And the voice clearly said, come back. Now, this sort of turns a little corner for us. This is one of those immediate response things, as though they can see you or they can hear you clearly. They know what's going on. They know you're leaving, and the voice says, come back. So sometimes the EVPs seem unconnected to whatever's going on. In others, like this one, it's extremely contemporary. And they're seeing or hearing you.
That's right. I mean, and that to me is easily the most fascinating part about this, is when we get these contextual, intelligent responses that obviously are completely aware of what we're doing, even though we aren't, of them being there. They're commenting on what we're doing, and I mean, that to me is just so amazing. And it makes me even more think, these are spirits. These are, entities that used to have a body, lived, died, and for whatever reason, they're still here.
I'd like to ask a question. When you're in a location like the theater, for example, how careful are you to make absolutely sure that nobody else is present, that there are not children hiding in the rafters somewhere? Not that I think that would work, because you'd hear it, you'd know that was, what you were recording, you'd audibly hear it, but you are careful about that sort of thing, right?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, like when we go into a building, the owner or person that owns the location will open the door, let us in, and lock the door to make sure that we're safe inside.
And we do, when we're out, we control the location. We know who's there, and it's normally only, the 5 of us, and then maybe the person that owns it. We never allow children with us. Anybody under 18, we even if the person that owns the location we're going to has a child that, maybe is 14, we say, well, we can't do it unless we know that they're not going to be there. So, and in this case, in this theater, it was only, I believe, 6 of us, and it was probably 1 o'clock in the morning when this was recorded. So, I mean, the theater was completely deserted, empty. There's, no chance that this was anybody else, saying something that we just didn't know was there.
There's a different quality to these voices also.
Well, the one that said come back, I mean, it was so clearly actually saying, don't go, come back. I mean, that was the context. That was
yes, but the quality of that voice was not. I mean, there's a different quality to the EVP. I don't know if it's because it's coming through a different area, but you can tell an EVP from a regular voice most of the time.
Mm-hmm. I recall many of them used to have this sort of, how would you describe it, a kind of a phased sound to the audio. I haven't heard that as much recently, but I recall hearing it. It could have been an artifact of a tape or I don't know what, but a kind of an eerie phased sound to it. All right, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're headed to, definitely headed to a cemetery, and I'm afraid we're going to begin with what seems to be, nobody's going to like this one, a baby. From the Philippine Islands, the nation of the Philippines, Manila, I'm Art Bell. Here I am indeed. Hi, everybody. It's a beautiful, sunshiny day where I am, and I know night where you are. That's the flip side of the world for you. Listen, if any of you are able to, I've tried for years. We've been doing this better than a decade, and I've tried for years to shoot holes in this. And I can't. I really honestly can't. Unless you believe that these two are faking it. Remember, these are not the only two doing this. This is being done all over the world. EVP has been this, it's been actually the subject of several motion pictures. It's been going on since, I think, Alexander Graham Bell. It's not a single phenomena being demonstrated by just these two. This is a worldwide thing going on. So if you can shoot holes in this, be my guest. When we get to open lines, call up and shoot holes if you can. I can't. And to me, that means we're hearing the real thing here. I don't know what else to say. It's a real thing, and it's a very important question, because if it is the real thing, it says something about the spirit after death. That there is something after death. And I know a lot of you are going to sit out there and say, well, of course there is. Art, don't you have faith? And that's fine. We're going to a cemetery now for just, I think, a single EVP. Is that correct?
Yes. This was probably at about 1 a.m, and we were in this particular cemetery, and Brendan set his recorder down on a headstone and left. And what it is, this is not looped. You can hear the wind blowing, and it is a baby crying. And the baby cries for quite a long time. And we did not hear this baby crying at that time.
Okay, so again, it's not, what we're about to hear is not looped. It's just a straight-on recording. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
And it was done on the headstone of somebody?
Yeah, what had happened is I just, decided I was going to put my recorder down on a headstone, leave it for about 45 minutes recording, and then come back, pick it up later.
Wasn't a child's headstone, was it?
No. Actually, it was an old man's headstone. I remember I noted that on the recorder whose headstone I was putting it on. But for some reason, you just hear this baby crying.
All right, here it comes. Number 10. Oh, good Lord. Oh, my goodness. Are you sure that there wasn't a baby? It was 1 a.m. It seems unlikely, but God, that sounds like a baby crying. Really does.
There was just the 4 of us in this cemetery. Barry wasn't with us at that time, but there was just 4 of us in there.
4 of you.
1 a.m.
And I'll be honest, out of all the voices we've recorded and played, this is probably the second worst.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
The thought of this baby crying is just horrible. In fact, the only thing that makes me feel any better about it is we've had people listen to that and say they think it's a baby laughing. So...
Okay, I'll listen for that, but it sounded like crying to me. Number 10 again, please. Maybe I'm too suggestible, because as I listened that time, it could have been a baby laughing,
right?
Which is a lot easier than listening to a baby crying.
Right. That's definitely it. That's the only thing that makes me feel better about that clip.
Either way, it's a baby.
It's a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no question about that. It's a baby. And I don't know what kind of range your mics have. I don't even know, actually, that the mic is picking up the sound anyway, and I guess we got to talk about that. Could it be, and do you wonder if it's some other element in the recording device picking this up? In other words, somehow being imprinted on the recording device.
Oh yeah, that's something we've always wondered about, and I don't know. We've tried before using a recorder with no mic whatsoever. The mic was actually cut out of it and didn't pick up anything. The microphone has to have something to do with it. I'm just not sure what.
Nor am I. Number 10 was creepy. Either way, I guess, laughing or crying, it was creepy, folks. Now we're going to move on to, if this doesn't give you if you can listen to this program and listen to all we're talking about and not get the creeps from this, then my congratulations go out to you. Egyptian, what does that mean?
Yeah, the Egyptian is actually the Egyptian Theater, and it's an old Art Deco style theater in Ogden, Utah. They actually use it to screen Sundance Film Festival films, and we were asked to go investigate there. And this clip was actually recorded in the basement area, and it was. We had set the recorder in this basement area and just left it. And I think it was left there for 2, maybe 3 hours. There was absolutely no sound whatsoever except for you hear this woman say, "Don't open this door." It's one of the weirdest things I think I've ever heard because, I mean, there's nothing really leading up to it. It just, a woman just says, "Don't open this door."
All right, here it comes. Number 11.
This door.
Wow.
This door. This door.
Very clear. Very, very clear. Now, perhaps this woman was suggesting that what you were doing was going to open a door.
You know,
I don't mean a wood door. I mean a door to a place that you ought not be opening.
I did actually think that when I heard this. I didn't really see how else you could look at it other than thinking that's what she meant. But again, it's really hard to say.
How about you, Barbara?
I can see where you would go there, Art.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to do it again, but it's very clear. And could she mean exactly what we just said, that you had better not open this door because what comes through you may not be pleased with? Number 11.
Open this door. Open this door.
Oh, man. Have you ever had a spirit? I've asked you this before, but I'll do it again because so many people ask the question. Follow you home.
We have had that happen on a few occasions where we believe something has followed us home. Whenever I leave a location, I always ask them to stay where they are, that they're not welcome to come home with us. But I think the ones that have come home with us, the few times that it's happened, I think that they were probably kind of transient in nature when they were alive. And we've had, you know.
Well, it's interesting that you ask that because after we did this Artists and Heirlooms investigation at the beginning of October, our 3-year-old son has suddenly started being afraid of our closet. He's never been like that, and now, I literally was the night after we did the investigation. He is terrified of, this big walk-in closet that we have. He says there's a man in there, and kind of 3-year-old speak. And the interesting thing about the closet is that is where we keep all our ghost investigating equipment. So I don't know if it has something to do with that or it's just coincidence or what it is, but it's a little bit disturbing.
If something serious occurred, would it be enough? After all, you do, as you just mentioned, you've got a 3-year-old, as do I. So if something serious happened, would that cause you to quit?
Yeah. It would, at least me. To give you an example, my wife's sister passed away in her sleep suddenly about 3 years ago. She was only 24. And my wife had an extremely hard time doing anything with this for about a year afterwards. It was just, she didn't even really want to talk about it. Because, it's one thing when we're out doing our investigations and interviewing people and, we're so off to the side of it, it doesn't affect us personally. But to have something like that happen within the family and then realize, these people that we're recording, these are real people, just like, my wife's sister was. That, it was even hard for me for a little bit.
Okay. This stuff actually scares me a little bit. It's Halloween, but it works. It really does scare me a little bit. We're moving on to a museum, the Hutchins Museum.
Yes.
All right. We're going to actually. I've got to. If I don't take these breaks, they get really upset with me. So I'm going to take a break, and then when we come back, it'll be Hutchins Museum. Okay. This is no negative reflection on you all at all. But I was talking to my board operator during the break, and I was saying, this really seems real to me. I can't find any holes in it. It really feels like the real thing, and it does. And my board operator said, yep, as you listen, these two, they're not good enough actors to pull this off. And I guess that's right. And again, it's no negative anything on you two. It's just that you really aren't good enough actors to be pulling this off. There's nothing fake about this. It's real McCoy. I don't know how to say it any better than he said it.
That's the best compliment I've ever had.
Okie dokie. Whatever it is, it's not you guys faking it. That's for sure. All right. We're going to the Hutchins Museum as promised. Number 12. Tell me about it.
All right. Brendan was down in the basement of this museum by himself, and he's explaining like we do. If there's noise, we explain what it is, and you can hear him say, okay, there's some odd humming in the background. It's the furnace. And I've heard some banging, no big deal. That also comes from the furnace. Other than that, I haven't noticed anything weird. But in the background, and in fact, this is one of the voices, Brendan is talking over her. You'll hear a woman singing, and this is a different language. And we would like to know if anyone knows what this language is, because none of us speak a foreign language.
Okay. Listen very carefully. So some sort of foreign language, somebody might be able to help us out with number 12. Here it is.
Okay, there is a odd humming in the background, the furnace. I've heard some banging. No big deal. That also comes from the furnace. Other than that, I haven't noticed anything weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal. I am downstairs by myself. Thing weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal. Thing weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal.
Maybe it's my brain. I could swear I heard her say for you to, or sing for you to something in English, but maybe not. Gosh, I don't know, but you're right. We brought it up earlier, and sure enough, here is one where, you're interrupting her, she's interrupting you, whatever. And we're going to play it again because we want people to listen very closely. They think it's a foreign language. Do you have any guesses about what language?
We've actually had people say they think it's Polish.
Polish. Well, maybe somebody out there will get it. Please, everybody, listen very carefully as we play number 12 one more time.
Okay, there is a odd humming in the background, the furnace. I've heard some banging. No big deal. That also comes from the furnace. Other than that, I haven't noticed anything weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal. I am downstairs by myself. Thing weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal. Thing weird. I can hear people walking around upstairs. That's no big deal.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there. Mic was open. The next one is going to be also apparently in another language. So, and we're coming up on a break. So I don't think we have enough time to present the next one. But you're okay. Let's give it a try. Number 13. Same museum. This time, though, it's a man instead of a woman. Correct?
Correct. And this one, we've had people say this one sounds Native American.
Native American, okay. Let's find out. Number 13, please.
The shelves house artifacts, different historical things, arrowheads. I've been told one of the boxes has a scalp that was found on the side of the road somewhere that is human. So that's wonderful. What else? It is dusty. Video and photography would be absolutely useless. Useless. Useless.
Boy, the human brain really tries to fill in the blanks. And again, you're suggesting Polish?
No, on that one, we've had people say it's Native American.
Native
American.
American.
We don't
That's
speak
right.
any foreign languages, so it's. I can't make any English out of either one of those two voices.
All right, we've only got a very short time. Number 13, one more time, please.
The shelves house artifacts, different historical things, arrowheads. I've been told one of the boxes has a scalp that was found on the side of the road somewhere that is human. So that's wonderful. What else? It is dusty. Video and photography would be absolutely useless. Useless. Useless.
All right, you're going to have an opportunity now to fast blast me during the break on both number 12 and number 13, both possibly recorded voices in a different language. I'm not sure. My brain tries to put English words into what I'm hearing, and in the first one, it did successfully, a couple or two or three words in the middle. I'm not sure, but I want to know what you all think. So if you would take the time to fast blast what you heard, we'll review all that when we come back. So, again, all of this is doing as it normally does when we do these kinds of shows, these shows on EVP. It freaks me out a little bit. It honestly scares me a little bit. And if it scares you a little bit, I understand. What could it be? If it's not the sound of human voices that once were alive, then what is it? Another dimension? Another time? Another planet? I don't have any idea. I just know we're hearing something. It is. And if this doesn't get to you, then I suspect not much we do on the air would. It gets to me. All right. Very quickly, Terry in Bayside, California says number 12 is Polish. And I'd hazard that it's a non-native speaker, perhaps second generation. Richard in Northridge, California. Art, I clearly hear the Spanish word dinero, which means money in English. Alan in Monroe, New York. I can hear the Indian voice shaking a gourd instrument. Interesting. Lane in Rosemead, California says, hi, Art. I think number 2 is saying Mama, Sister 2, Mama, and Sister 2. What do you think? I don't know. Blaze in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the number 12 clip definitely sounds Polish. I believe it to be a Catholic Christmas carol. Oh, that's interesting. Keith in upstate New York, 12 sounds Eastern European, a Lithuanian lullaby, possibly. And Mary in Anchorage, Alaska, I remember hearing that child singing in the foreign language. It was some time ago when your guests played that recording. The caller said she recognized it as a child singing a popular Polish children's song. I'm surprised your guests don't remember that. Do my guests remember that?
Well, I know we have played the number 12 clip before, but I don't recall anybody being able to say what it was. I do. You just mentioned that somebody said it was a Polish Christmas song.
Yes.
And we've actually had two people say that it was a Polish Christmas carol, but they weren't able to give us the translation for it.
Okay, good enough. All right, you two stand by. Break time. I don't want to forget the break. We'll be right back. Well, okay, Tony in Medford, Oregon has a kind of an interesting question. Art, would you please ask your guests if they've ever picked up EVPs of animals, dogs, cats, so forth?
Yeah, we have. We've picked up growling.
An obvious animal growling?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like... in fact, I have recorded that on a couple of different occasions. One time, there was a woman, an EVP that said, it was a woman's voice that said, "I'm a kitty cat," and then it was like almost sounded like a mountain lion snarling. Really? Oh, isn't that fascinating? Yeah.
I thought I had asked you about that in the past, and I think you had said you never recorded an animal before, but you have.
Oh, yeah, we have, and we've recorded what sounded like, we had an experience outside of a mausoleum where we could hear dogs bark, like a dog barking, but we should have recorded that. It should have picked up because we were talking about it. You could hear us talking about it on the recorder, but we could not hear the animal at the time when it was recorded. You know, I mean, it wasn't recorded on the recorder.
Wow. Well, I'm sure I'll offend some people with this, but, for many years, I have thought that if we have souls, I have cats. I have cats. I'm a cat person, and I look at these cats, and you can see it in their eyes. They have emotions. They're jealous. They get upset. They even get angry. They have a full range of, if you live with them, if it's an inside animal and you live with them, they have souls. If we have souls, they have souls. And, I guess, they do. Well, a lot of people don't. I guess the Bible says that, or suggests that only we have souls, I've been told. But I know better. If we have
reasoning, I think everything that's alive has a soul.
Uh-huh. I agree with you. I don't know. I don't know if an ant has a soul, but with animals that you live with, mammals that you live with, if we do, they do. And I'll leave it at that before I get in more trouble. All right, well, let's move on. Number 14. This is the place Heritage Park. What is Heritage Park?
Well, it's a location in Utah where when the Mormon pilgrims came across the Rocky Mountains and into the Salt Lake Valley, their leader, Brigham Young, said this is the place. And that's what became Salt Lake.
I see. Are you Mormon?
And yes. Not a practicing one, but yeah, I was raised Mormon.
Brendan?
Catholic. We're all,
okay.
We're all different.
All right. So anyway, on to number 14. What is it?
This park is they've brought in a lot of old historical homes into this park and different buildings from the pioneer days, and have made it a park. And they've experienced a lot of ghost activity in some of the buildings, and we were there on an investigation. And Brendan was in one of the houses, and he was by himself. And you're going to hear him say, "I'm going to walk down and try to find Brian," who was the head of this park. Let me look here. The timestamp is 8:23, so at 8:23 I'm leaving now. And you hear him close the door. And then a man says, "Get out."
Number 14.
I'm going to walk down and try and find Brian. So, let me look here. Timestamp is 8:23. So at 8:23, I am now leaving.
That's way too clear. Way too clear, and it's also angry. It is what it is. Get out. Not good. Not good.
But you know us, we always go back to the location that we're told to get out of. So
you know, I wouldn't. I'm being honest with you. I wouldn't. If I came home and I turned on my recorder even after the hours and I heard that, would I go back? No, I would not. Anyway, let's do it again. Clear as it was, we'll do it again. Listen to the tone of the voice. What's being said is clear.
I'm going to walk down and try and find Brian. So, let me look here. Timestamp is 8:23. So at 8:23, I am now leaving.
I don't know what to say about that. It's what it is. Number 15, please.
Yeah, well, number 15, this was again recorded in the same building as the previous voice, and whatever was in this place just didn't seem to like me. It just seemed to want to mess with me or make me upset. And in this clip, you're gonna see why. I was in the house by myself. I had our two-way radio so I could contact everybody else, who were spread out all over the park. The park is huge. I mean, it's comprised of, I think, 40-something buildings, I believe.
At least.
So, I mean, we were all spread out in different buildings, and the only way to keep in contact was with these radios. Well, my radio started to malfunction. I was talking to everybody perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden it stopped. I tried radioing them, and I didn't hear anything. And this clip, you're going to hear me doing that, and it's almost like something keeps coming in and trying to, I don't know, just mess with me, I guess is the best way to describe it. I talked to the rest of the investigators, and they claim they never heard me when I was trying to radio them, even though whatever's messing with the radio, it sounds like it had heard me. Anyway, all this happens, the radio goes off, and at the very end, when you hear me just get so frustrated with not being able to contact them, you're going to hear it's an EVP of a woman that she says that was funny.
Okay, well, an apparent sense of humor on the other side, I don't know. Number 15, please.
Okay, what was that? I know I'm not just magically picking stuff up here. Okay, I was talking to you guys perfectly not even a few minutes ago. Hello? This is fantastic. Yeah. I'm getting your page. Okay, what was that? That kind of sounded like a kid. Okay, this ain't cool. Yeah, okay. I'm getting your pages. Why can't you answer me? Okay, I've got your page. Can you hear me now? I couldn't understand anything you just said. It comes in for not even a second. And if I have to walk 10 houses down, I'm going to be upset. Okay, I'm putting this down. Seriously? I'm shutting this off. I'm great. Hopefully that wasn't worth anything. Okay.
That was a long clip. We won't play that again. But, I thought she was saying that was funky, not funny.
And very possibly she did,
Either way, gee, Brendan, you sounded a little frustrated there. I could hear the pages coming and everything. That was.
Yes. I was not happy. I mean, it was cold outside. I think it was almost snowing that night, and I was just thinking, I'm going to have to walk, like a half a mile to find anybody else.
And that was so responsive. Either way, it was funny or funky, it was responsive.
Right.
All right. I want to be sure we get to open lines in the last hour, because I want, if people can shoot holes in what we're hearing tonight, I want to hear what they are. Number 16, please. What's number 16?
Okay, this is in the same house. Barry experienced the same type of thing, noises and stuff going on in that house on a different occasion when we were there, and it was like whoever is in there doesn't like anybody in there. You're going to hear Brendan trying to radio us again, and he says, "Hello, does nobody's radio work?" And there's loud radio static, and then there's a EVP that says, "I don't like you."
Number 16, roll it.
Hello. Okay. Does nobody's radio work? Oh my.
That's so clear. Obviously, not a friendly place, not a friendly voice, and not a happy camper at all.
Not so much.
I wouldn't be going back there. I just wouldn't do it. I'm going to play it again, number 16, one more time.
Hello. Okay. Does nobody's radio work? Oh my.
Altogether too clear. My goodness. That's so clear. It's so emotional. It's so unambiguous. They don't like you. And in the previous clip, let's go to the Victorian mansion.
All right. Yeah, this was an old Victorian mansion, late 1800s in Utah. And it's one that we've investigated quite a few times, and we've got some really good EVP out of this place over the years. In this clip, you're just going to hear Barbara say, "Will you come and be with us?" The standard thing that she says. And then this man's voice comes in and says, "Will you come and stay with us?"
Yeah, an invitation to the other side, maybe. All right, number 17, please.
You come and be with us?
Very clear, I thought. Very clear. Low audio, but I could easily make it out. Will you come and stay with us? I think not. I don't know what to say. Let's just move on to number 18.
All right. This place is probably 4 stories high, Victorian style. And we had quite a few experiences on this particular night, and the homeowner is saying that up on the very top level is probably where they stay, because they know that the owners don't go up there that often. And you'll hear a man say good night.
Okay, number 18.
This is probably where they are, because they know we don't come up here.
Not good. Say goodnight. And the way it's said is, you know, it's the end for you. Say goodnight. Not good. Number 18, one more time, please.
This is probably where they are, because they know we don't come up here.
You know, you could regard that as a threat. You really could take it that way, as a threat.
Well, I almost took the last two, 17 and 18, as kind of...
Possible threats.
I don't know. Ominous, yeah.
Right. Come and stay with us. We're over here.
It's all in your perspective.
I suppose. Number 19 and the last one.
All right. Now, this one, you just hear me asking, are you by yourself? How big are you? And I was by myself when I was asking this. And you're going to hear this child's voice say, she knows you're alone.
She knows you're alone. Oh, God. All right, number 19.
Are you by yourself? How big are you?
The word knows is not as clear as it might be, but she, something, you're alone, that part's clear. I'm not sure about knows. I'd like to hear that one more time, and so we shall. Number 19, listen carefully.
Are you by yourself? How big are you?
All right, there you have it. That is tonight's roster of voices from wherever. And it's creepy stuff, you two. Absolutely creepy stuff. I want to give the audience an opportunity in this next hour to either comment on what they heard, or perhaps even better, try and shoot holes in everything you've heard. Try and shoot holes in it. Come on ahead. If you think it's, fake, or radios, or cell phones, or whatever you think it might be other than voices from the other side, then let's rock and roll. You've got the phone numbers. If not, we'll give them when we get back from Manila in the Philippines. I'm Art Bell. I cannot think of anything that'd be creepier than what you've heard tonight for Halloween, and just generally creepier anytime you hear it. Dan in Bakersfield, California said, what explanation, Art, does conventional science give for EVPs? And have there been any scientifically controlled experiments to replicate the phenomena? It's both are very good questions, and I wonder if either one of you, just before the break, can answer either one of those questions. In other words, what does, when you submit this or talk to scientists, what do they say? And scientists love to replicate things. That's what science is, replication. Has any scientist been able to replicate this?
They really haven't. I do know that in Germany, and Germany is one of the front runners in EVP research right now, and they have been for quite some time. I am aware that there are different scientists there working on some kind of a controlled experiment with EVP. And last I heard, it's still a few months away before they actually get any kind of results or any data from it.
Well, clearly what we've heard demands an explanation, because I sure as heck can't find one. So, all right, we're going to pause. The lines are all full for you two, and we'll see what the audience has to say in a moment. One quick note before we get going on the phones here, and that is Ghost to Ghost coming up on Halloween Eve, and it'll be just us, open lines, and just ghost stories. Only one ghost story per customer. Only the scariest need apply. Give us a short version when you get the screener on that night, and there will be a screener, so that we can separate the spirits from each other, as it were. And if you have a short ghost story, and you'd like to get it over here to the other side of the world and perhaps hear it read on the air, then please email it to me. The email address is artbell@mindspring.com. That's ARTBELL at mindspring.com. And as long as we're on the subject of contact, there is a way to contact GIS. You have a website, correct?
Yes, it's GhostPix, and that's PIX.com.
GhostPix, PIX.com. That's easy. And up there you have recordings that can be reviewed that go back probably a decade or so, eh?
Yeah, actually a decade. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. I just now updated the site with the audio played from tonight, so that's on the homepage right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, there will be questions, and here they come. Let's go first to Pennsylvania. Lynn in Pennsylvania, you're on the air with the GIS. Good morning.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I have a comment and a quick question. On the last one that was played on 19, I think they asked, "Are you by yourself?" And I thought the child said, "I'm never alone."
Okay. It was supposed to be she knows you're alone, or that's what they thought it was. And
To me, it sounded like "I'm never alone."
Okay.
I mean, it came over really clear. I mean, that's what it seemed like they said.
All right.
I wanted to know, when they get a ghost that likes them, like the poor guy that said don't leave, would they ever go back and try to have a conversation with him? I know it would take like a week to do, but if they would ask him, like, say his name, leave the recorder, and then come back and see if he said anything, and if it does, like, try to do that over a period of a week to find out who he is, if there's heaven, why is he here? Have they ever done that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of times where we've recorded the same voice a couple of times, and we go back and ask for that person to, contact us again, and we will leave a recorder just asking specifically for that person to contact us. Rarely does it happen. In fact, one of the things we've noticed is when we go to places and we record a certain voice, the next time we come back, it's almost like they leave because they know that we've recorded them, that they now passed on, and they suddenly realized, oh, you know what, I'm a ghost. I don't need to be here anymore. So rarely do we record the same voice over and over again. But when we do, we certainly do go back and try and keep in contact with that entity.
Okay. All right. Let's see, Puget Sound, Washington. Hi there. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Galadriel. I'm a long time listener, Art. Loved your show.
Thank you.
What I'd like to know is if you've ever had, like, a psychic or someone that is clairaudient go with you and see what they pick up.
If I knew that someone really had that ability legitimately, I'd have no problem in having somebody like that go.
Yeah, but you haven't
the
found
trouble is, I don't know of anybody personally that has that ability.
Yeah.
And really, here's our thing is this. I mean, what we're doing is considered paranormal. It's not accepted by science. And all we're trying to do is show some kind of tangible evidence, I guess you could say. I don't want to call it evidence because, you can't really do that, but some kind of tangible thing where people can hear it and go, oh, yeah, well, at least I hear something.
Right.
Our thing is, if we bring in a psychic, that's another paranormal thing that we're bringing into our investigation. So it's almost like using the paranormal to prove sort of the paranormal, which just doesn't really work.
That would work for me.
Well, that's because you're a believer. You have faith.
I wouldn't have a problem if I really knew of somebody that had that ability, that there was just no question about their ability. But since I don't, I would not even want that there.
Very, very interesting. So you're sort of a skeptic.
No, I believe that people have that ability, but I think they're very limited and very few people. And I'd really have to know for sure that 100% that there would be no doubt about that ability for a person to be with.
You're a skeptic.
I
mean, you really are a skeptic. All right. Well, let's
go ahead.
Okay. Ralph in San Antonio, you're on the air with the GIS. Good morning.
Hello, Art. Hi, my name is Ralph. I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Right.
Yes, sir. My question was involving that one EVP file that had somebody singing where it sounded like in Polish. What number was that again? 12?
12.
Yeah, 12. To me, it sounded more like it was in Russian.
Okay. Do you speak Russian?
A little bit, not a lot. And I even sing in Russian. I know a couple songs, and one of the song that sounded like was a song that I know called Katyusha. It's a love song that was written in World War II.
Okay. I have a question for you, sir. Listening to the show, have you heard almost the whole show or a big part of it?
I beg your pardon?
Have you heard the whole show or a big part of it?
Yes.
What do you think of this?
Well, what do I think as far as like the realistic basis of, you mean the EVPs and whatnot? You mean?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well, I think it's genuine, but see, I'm at work right now. My coworker here next to me, we're driving. He thinks you all are full of it, but I don't side with him. To let you know. Yeah. In fact, I listen to y'all, and he's asked me, "Do you believe that stuff, Jimmy?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah." And he's like, "Well, you're smoking crack." Yeah, and we're
okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and we're security guards, and my partner here, he's a former police officer with the narcotics division.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so it's funny that coming out.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So he's the one who thinks we're on crack?
No, he's the one that thinks I'm on crack.
I see. All right. Well, stay cool. Okay, well, there you go. I guess that's fairly typical of the kind of responses you get. We're going to find out as we continue to sample the audience reaction, and that is what I want, some of the overall reaction to this. In other words, what do you believe? What do you believe of what you're hearing? Randy in Pasadena, California, good morning. You're on the air.
Hi, Manila. I wanted to comment on the EBT where the gentleman said, this is my room. I wanted to say that right before he said that, it sounded like he's crying, and I wanted to say that it sounds like he's full of joy. It sounded more like it was a joyful experience, and then the little boy that spoke after that was him. It was the same person speaking, but it was speaking when he may have been a little boy when he lived there, but it was being spoken as his childhood.
Do you mean the little boy that says, "I didn't eat today"?
Yeah, he was reminiscing when it was speaking as to reminisce. He was reminiscing when he was living there as a boy, and that's why it said, "I didn't eat today." So it was him sharing the room, saying, "This is where I used to live at," and then he remembered and reminisced when he was a child. He didn't have any food, or he didn't eat that day, and that it came. And what was heard was his childhood speak. It was his when he was a boy. When he was a boy, it was reminiscing, speaking out loud. If that makes any sense. Also, the spot in Utah, it was really funny because it sounds like to me that your camcord and your microphone, the body's like playing games with you, saying "get out," like those haunted movies, and it sounds like it was playing with you like a little kid played.
Yeah, that's kind of how I took it.
Well, okay. We're getting a lot of very individual comments on these recordings. I'm hoping to get some more generalized comments about what you think of the whole EVP recording thing. I mean, do you think somebody here is on crack, or do you think there's really something to it? And if so, what do you think it is? Do you think we're actually hearing voices from the other side? Jason in Santa Rosa, California. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. Hi, Brendan. Hi, Barbara. Hi,
hello,
Art.
Hi.
Art Bell. You guys are on with Art Bell. And I also want to say hi to 15 million listeners. Come on. All right, I'll get to my question. My question is, do you think there's a connection between the ETs and what you're hearing, is there, maybe it's the same frequency. Maybe there's third dimensions, there's fourth dimensions, there's different dimensions. And I don't know if you listen to David Icke or David Wilcock or any of these people that talk about this. That we have reptilians, we have different dimensions. I mean, that's what this is based on, I think. It's you've seen UFOs through the night vision goggles, right, Art?
No, that's George. I've seen a UFO twice with just my plain old eyes. So, the alien question, I suppose, is legitimate. In other words, could it be non-human?
Right, and that goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show. Is are these the voices of people that have lived and died, and for some reason they're here, or are they some other dimension, or I guess he said aliens? And it's just something that's so hard to be able, and I don't know that you'd actually be able to say for sure one way or the other. I mean, you could ask them like we do and say, did you die here, things like that, and sometimes get a response, but even that, does that mean that that's actually a human being that was living at one point?
Yeah, fair enough. To New Mexico brings us Andrew. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well.
All right. I got to admit, there's a possibility. I mean, anything is possible, apparently. But I'm not really convinced, because what people are saying is being heard is a voice, but it's impossible. How it cannot be a voice. There's no vocal cords, there's no body, no tissue, no breath, no thoughts. I don't see how it's possible for something to make a noise without being able to vocalize physically.
Okay. Well, you're exactly right. In other words, never, or almost never, have these two actually heard out loud with their ears what's being imprinted somehow on these recording devices.
Right. And it's an extremely good point that you're bringing up, and it's been one of the biggest questions, since EVP research has started. It's been well over 50 years now. I mean, how do these voices appear on tape and recordings, and when nothing's heard at the time, these, if it's a ghost, it obviously doesn't have, like you said, vocal cords or any physical way of making sound. And we have theories all over the place from they're manipulating somehow sound in the atmosphere, ambient sound that's already there, and they're using that to basically make their voice. They're manipulating electromagnetic fields. Somehow they're using that to create their voice. I mean, as far as I know, there's just no way right now to tell. The only thing we can say is, and we say this every time, if you're skeptical about it, but interested in it, it doesn't hurt to do your own recording somewhere. I mean, everybody has something that can record sound. And yes, it may look a little bit crazy for a minute, but, it doesn't hurt to just try it for yourself.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough once to catch an EVP myself, and it was on my cell phone. It was just the most random thing. I was doing a skit recording to send out to my friends of just some comedy that I was putting out, and it managed to pick up an EVP while I was there. And when I listened to it, because they told me there was a voice in the background, I kind of wondered who it was. So I listened to the recording, and there was something there other than myself, and I didn't believe it. I mean,
that actually happens more than most people would think. There's actually an EVP on our site of a woman who is recording a greeting message to her husband in Iraq, and she's doing it with her webcam. And there's a voice that comes in right behind her after she says something about, I love you, honey, something like that. And then there's this creepy man's voice behind her that says, say goodbye.
Really? I would be suspicious of anything on a cell phone. He mentioned a cell phone. Lines get crossed all the time. And so in the case of what you all are doing, I remember back in the tape days when you were doing it with tape, you would always make sure that you had a brand new tape. Nothing had ever been recorded on it. Here in the digital age, what kind of precaution do you take to ensure that there's nothing on the medium that you're using?
Well, I mean, there really isn't. In my case, I'm using a notebook computer that is specifically just used to record audio. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'm patching in a mixing board and then the condenser mic into that. Everything is separate files. I break down when we're on an investigation into half-hour increments. We do have some protocols for doing that, but it's certainly not like tape where you had to worry about bleed through from the other side or anything like that. It's just a completely different thing now.
What would be the main? So you use your computer. You're to the point where you're using what, a laptop?
Yes, I have a notebook computer that's just specifically for recording audio.
Mm-hmm. Do you take only one with you on these investigations, or do you take multiple
sometimes
devices?
We do take two. Barbara still uses a handheld digital recorder. The other members still use handheld digital recorders. I'm just pretty much just doing the straight notebook computer and a condenser mic now.
Okay. Well, that certainly makes sense. But no matter what you have used, from the old recording tape devices to the newer stuff, you always, as long as you have a mic plugged in.
Right.
Which doesn't make any sense because these are not audible voices. But as long as that mic is plugged in, and I'm going to have to think about that. Maybe somebody's got an answer to that one. Why would the mic have to be plugged in? Because otherwise the recording circuit is doing its thing. All right. Half-hour break time. GIS would be our guest. I'm Art Bell. This is Ghost. Well, not yet. Soon. Here I am. And we've got the GIS with us. And if ever there's been a creepy show, this is the one. I mean, I'd like to hear from you. What do you think? Is it all a big fake? What else? What other explanation could be there possible? They're being faked? No, I don't think so. I've never thought so. There's something to it. I just don't know what. We've got a couple of interesting comments from listeners. Has anyone used two identical recorders, same circuitry, side by side, to see if both pick up the same EVP? What do you say?
We've had 5.
You've had as many as 5?
5, yeah.
That have all picked up the same EVP?
Yeah. And then what's even more interesting is there's times where they don't. They could be side by side and one picks up an EVP, the other one doesn't, and then they can be side by side and they all pick it up.
Wow. Eric in St. Louis says EVPs are probably electromagnetic and are being picked up on the coils of antenna and in microphones via induction. That's certainly possible. I have no answers, but lots of questions like the audience. I'll tell you what, let's we'll take Juan's call and then do a break. Juan in Baldwin Park, California, you're on the air.
Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi.
Good.
Hey, yes, honestly, my opinion to the EVP, I think it has to be realistic. I mean, it has to be some sort of other dimension, some sort of communication. I mean, this thing can't really just happen no one could just record someone else's voice. I mean, it seems too real to me. Why? Because I had something similar happen to myself. I mean, it might sound crazy to you guys, but I actually heard a voice calling out my name, and it sounded close to my ear. And I had 7 hours of sleep. I was sober, and this happened around 1:30 a.m. And this happened in Mexico, actually. And I mean, the recordings that I'm hearing, it just seems too. It can't be fake. I mean, I believe this stuff. It sounds too real. I mean, there has to be some sort of a high dimension. I mean, like you said, I can't really explain it, but it's something that's communicating with us and trying to say something. Oh, let me get in the cards.
I'm with you all the way, Juan. It may not be a popular view. It sounds like they're coming to get you.
Well,
listen, my friend, thank you.
Add to that, I was just going to say, to add to that, I mean, how many people, Art, you mentioned this earlier, how many people are out there doing the exact same thing? I mean, it's not just us. There are thousands and thousands all over the world doing it.
Many. And if you think we're smoking crack or whatever, then I suggest you get a recording device and go out and give it a shot yourself. Now, when they do that, when they do go out, let me ask you, do you think that they should, any number of hours they should spend, you want them to go to a quiet place, perhaps even a cemetery, whatever?
I would say at least an hour.
At least an hour. And then come home and carefully review the entire tape. Don't get bored and say, there's nothing here.
And I would listen to it with headphones, because a lot of times the voice is so soft you would not even hear it.
Right. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that these clips that we're playing on the show tonight, I mean, they're almost kind of spoiling you in a way. You're listening for clips that are that loud. That's not the case. I mean, most of the time they are very whispery and quiet and in the background, and you know, they're normally not this loud at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go try it yourself, folks. That's
and
my
invite
advice.
them to talk with you. You know, just we found that the majority of times when we get EVP, it's when we are talking among each other or with the homeowner, or very rarely do we get a voice when there is nobody talking.
Okay. All right. To Bob, east of the Rockies somewhere. Hi, Bob.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I listened to both of your guests before on a show you did a couple years ago, and went out and tried it, and went down in the basement, asked a few questions, nothing. Then tried it, was asking no questions, and started getting all these voices, and they actually were responding to me. I had a couple respond to me. I had one that gave me a date, and then like one or two random ones, and 100% it works. I mean, my house isn't haunted or anything. It works.
No, it does work. Over the years, we've invited people to do this themselves, and I can't tell you the number of emails I've had, from people saying, "Oh my God," and then sending me the EVP they recorded in email.
Yeah, and I actually, I did it and played it for my mom. She said, "Oh, that's weird," whatever. She went down in the basement. We tried it. As I'm explaining it to her, we hear something in the background. And I think it's weird. People go to cemeteries, abandoned buildings, but I think you get better results in places with more electricity stuff going on rather than, dead areas.
And I've actually heard that. I've heard that before, that places that have more of an electrical field around it produces more results. I personally haven't found that, but I have heard plenty of people who have.
Well, it's energy. That's for sure. It's energy coming from somewhere. Wichita, Kansas brings Ross. Hi, Ross.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Good. Nice to talk to you. A couple of things. I think that, you have to ask yourself, what else can it be? And the earlier caller mentioned something about, well, there's no vocal cords or anything like that. But people without vocal cords still are able to communicate through another medium. And it's all a matter of moving air, and the fact that you have the electric microphones there, indicates to me that it has something to do with some way they're manipulating the air in order to get their voices heard.
Correct. And that's actually probably, as I mentioned, the most popular theory right now. It's just actually testing it to find out if that's the case, and that's, I think, where everybody's kind of getting stuck on how to do that.
Yeah. One quick thing, too. On the one recording where you ask where the man with the felt hat is, it sounds to me as if he says, "I'm hidden in back."
Oh, hey.
Really?
That works.
Yeah. It really did.
Instead of "I hit his back," I'm hidden in back.
Hidden in back? Okay. Caller, thank you very much. We're going to review that one right now. We're going to go back to number 4, the question about the man wearing the felt hat. Number 4, if you can.
Is the man that wears the felt hat here? Will you speak to us?
Guess what? I agree with the caller.
It could be, yes.
You don't suppose there's a body back there, do you?
They're very well kept in that place, actually.
I'm hidden in the back. By God, that's what it sounded like. All right. All we can do is move forward. Fort Myers, Florida. Blaine, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Before I even tell you my little story or whatever, I just wanted to comment on what you said about your cats and I had a cat named Dusty, and I had a lot of other cats too. I think there's other levels of intelligence in cats, just like in anything else. And like this cat I had named Dusty, I mean, his eyes, he would look at me, and I know he was he was very intelligent, and he knew everything I thought, and he would even say "mommy" and everything, and so I do believe everything you said.
It's a consciousness.
It's a consciousness, and he died after 12 years old, and he had cancer, and we'll love him forever. But the other thing that I wanted to say is the spirits, maybe they might talk and have these EVPs, but the biggest experience I ever had in my life was that back in 1971, my sister was killed in a car accident. I was 21 and she was 17, and we shared this room together and everything, and we had stereo and everything, and her big thing was the stereo and the records back in 1971. And it was about a week after she had passed away in this fatal car accident and everything, and I was sitting in my room just crying and everything about it and everything, and nobody. She had the night that she had went out and was playing some records on the stereo and everything, and nobody had ever touched the stereo or the record or anything since she passed away. It was just too painful, and nobody ever touched that. And so all of a sudden this voice came in my head play it, and I looked over to the stereo where me and my sister had twin beds and everything, and there was the record where she had played when she was getting ready to go out that night and everything, and the whole record was full of dust where nobody had ever touched it and everything, and the hand was sitting on the second song, and I thought, oh my God, and there's this big voice that said play it and everything. So I said, okay, okay, I was unresistible, and I played it, and the song was "Don't Let It Bring You Down" by Neil Young, which is the story of which recites a car accident that happens at the wee hours of the morning and everything, that's how my sister died, was a fatal car accident in the wee hours of the morning. And
that's some story.
Yeah, it really is, and it recited the whole. Actually, just recited the whole way she died in the car accident at 3:00 in the morning and all that.
Actually, that story is worthy of Ghost to Ghost AM, which is coming up on the 31st. In fact, I almost said this is Ghost to Ghost AM and coming into the last break. So don't forget, folks, we are doing ghost stories on the 31st, and it's pure open line stuff. Right now, it's GIS and voices that simply cannot be explained. Let us go to Toronto, Canada, and Connie.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Okay, Connie.
Great. I'm calling about your question about why is it that it only gets recorded if there's a mic, and also in regards to the person who said that he doesn't understand how anybody can talk without, muscle and so forth. The part about the mic is it could be as simple as common sense that the ghosts are actually waiting for a mic to be plugged in, thinking, well, nobody's going to be able to hear or record us without a mic, and therefore they actually wait for it as well. And
that's
also
possible.
About the needing lips, tongue, muscle. We only use all that for the actual phonetics, the actual sound, but we have the vibration and everything, and the vocal cords. And if you look at cancer patients who have had surgery, in the trachea, and they have that box that takes the vibrations and you can hear what they're saying. I mean, if you take all of that, then they don't actually need muscle tone, because after all the time that they've been dead, they've had time to practice. They've had time to figure out how they could use their energy to make actual, the phonetic sounds with vibration they already have.
Just one question. How did the crying baby figure all that out?
I don't know if it had to figure it out on its own. Maybe it was taught slowly, as it would be if it was alive, to do almost anything else.
Well said. I have no explanation for all of this. I believe it.
My question, if it's okay, the individual who was talking about needing all the physical aspects to actually speak, does that mean that he's completely pushing out theories or ideas like telepathy, any other way of communicating via, where you can actually hear the person's voice? I mean, it's not recorded because you're the only one hearing it, but still, telepathy and everything else, if you're actually hearing the sounds and the words, again, this is without a physical being, so I assume that means none of these theories jive with him, or...
Okay. Oh, your reaction, folks?
Well, no, I mean, it's certainly true. I mean, what she's saying makes sense, and that's really, I guess, the only way I could look at it, is it's either some kind of a telepathy thing on the ghost part, or, as we mentioned before, they're somehow manipulating the mic. What she did say that really made sense was not hearing them when the mic isn't plugged in, and they're not speaking because they think they need a mic to speak. That really makes sense to me, and it also goes to the fact that, these are people that have lived and died, because in life they would have known that you had to have a mic plugged in to speak, so in death they're going to think the same thing.
Another thing, too, is it's just one aspect of the ghost phenomena. Ghost activity and phenomena defies your logic in so many different aspects of how they reveal themselves, and EVP is just one of them.
But it's very compelling. Yeah, but it's very, very compelling compared to so much of what I see and hear about. We can get ghost stories, which we will, and you can see pictures, but I don't know. EVP, I just can't tear a hole in it. Let's go to Arizona and Donna. Oh, wait a minute. Donna, hold on. We've got a break. They tell me I've got to do these, so break it is. We'll be right back. Well, as usual, I blew right past the break. Donna, if you're there, we don't have a lot of time, but you're on the air.
Hi. I would like to know if your guest has ever worked with, it's a new item. It's a voice box where the ghost will actually say the word. It's got like a computer in it, and they'll say, are you here? And this little machine will go, yes.
In other words, it's a voice box enabling the spirits to say something aloud. And of course, there has been some research and some controversy in that area, right, guys?
Yeah, it's basically like Spiricom was.
Right.
Relies upon the same pretty much principle, and no, we haven't used it. There's been some questions about the Spiricom stuff, and that's a lot of why we haven't got into it.
Yes, but it's still, regardless of what Spiricom was, whether it was legit or not, it's a good idea. In other words,
yes, yeah.
It seems to me that if spirits can manifest a voice on a recorder, then they could indeed use a voice box or something like it to have that sound come out right now, live and in living color. And is there any chance that you two might start looking into that sort of thing at some point?
Yeah, I mean, if I saw enough evidence that it was working and there were people having success, yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind doing it. I mean, it does, just like doing EVP, it doesn't hurt anything to try it. It's just we haven't got into it yet.
Perhaps a voice box connected, with a preamp and a microphone or something to go with you on the investigations you're doing. And who knows, at some point, if you heard a voice actually come out of something like that. and you could actually speak with it in real time. Listen, I want to thank you both for being here tonight. Our time has expired. Fortunately, we haven't yet, but our time this night has. So thank you both.
Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Art.
Good night. It's been creepy. That's the right word. Creepy. The desert is still back there. That's not where I am at the moment. Quite the opposite, near the rainforest and palm trees and out here in the Pacific. So everybody take care. See you on Ghost to Ghost a couple of nights ahead. Till then, I'm Art Bell. Good night.